8. Chapter 8. After Naruto managed to wash the clumps of dog shit from his sandals and between his toes, the blonde-haired boy collapsed on his backside. "You know, I'm pretty hungry," he declared and looked over at everyone. "What do you say we take a break and eat some food?" "Actually, I could go for," Daiki began, but before he could fully agree, he was cut off. "If you're going to eat, you can leave," Shibuki scoffed rudely. "You're pretty much done already, so we can call it here and part ways now." Daiki worked his jaw back and forth and resisted the urge to smack him one. The guy was already annoying him. Cutting him off like that was grating on top of it. "Ha!" Naruto growled, jumping to his feet, wet sandals making squishing noises in the grass. "What a thing to say after us helping you back here. You're a real lousy jerk, Datebayo." Daiki found himself nodding in agreement. Not that any of it really mattered, since he already knew where the entrance to the village was. "Enough, Naruto, we'll do just that," Sasuke cut in, giving Shibuki a terse nod before turning on his feet and walking away. Sakura called after him and rushed over to him, making him pause. "The entrance to his village must be nearby. He doesn't want us finding the entrance." "But Leaf and Waterfall are allies, right?" Sakura protested. "So what if we know where the entrance is?" "Fair," Shibuki spat to the side. "Maybe, for now. But can you say that you'll always be loyal to your village and never betray it? If you ever did, you'd pose a massive risk to our village." "Sound logic." Daiki shrugged. An annoying ass-coward he may have been, but he was right on the money there at the very least. "That's right," Sasuke agreed. Naruto growled. "Now you're questioning how loyal we are? You bastard," he snarled at Shibuki. "He's right, you know." Sakura for once was in agreement with Naruto. "At least say thanks." "Well, he was definitely an ungrateful prick about it," Daiki mused, hopping off the tree trunk he was sitting on and walking over to join Sasuke. Shibuki ignored him, growling right back at Naruto before huffing and looking away. "Just leave already." "'Kay, we will," Naruto scoffed, turning on his heel and walking over to the rest of the squad. "We want nothing to do with a place like this anyway." "See you later, Naruto, Daiki-ni-chan." Shizuku opted to wave them goodbye instead of getting absorbed in the nonsense. "Yeah," Naruto stammered, unable to hold his angry expression at her earnest goodbye, and waved his hand over his shoulder. "Later, Shizuku." Daiki bid her goodbye. Maybe he was wrong about things going south. Like, he remembered Naruto freely using Kurama's chakra in Waterfall. He didn't learn to do that until the Chunin exams, which were 2.5 months away. He was about to turn and leave with Team 7 when he froze, a tingle running down his spine, and Daiki whipped around, glaring at the huge waterfall, and at the same time, "Mom!" Shizuku's horrified scream an instant later made him whip around again, just in time to see a heavy-set, warm-faced woman stumbling out of the forest. She was struggling step by step, panting deeply and pale-faced. "Buki-sama, danger, in the village," she managed to utter before falling forward. She would have landed flat on her face if Daiki didn't leap into action, crossing the distance between them in a blink and catching her. As he did, he noticed a kunai was lodged pretty deep into her back. A lady of this age, and a civilian, making her way here with this in her. He grimaced. It was impressive of her, the strength of a mother fearing for her child, huh? "Mum, Mum!" Shizuku rushed over in tears. "Please be okay," she begged. Daiki plastered a reassuring smile on his face. "She'll be fine, Shizuku, I promise," he told her, before gently laying the woman down to the ground. As he did, he caught sight of Shibuki. He'd completely locked up and was shaking with terror at the news she brought. "Some fucking takikage!" "Daiki!" Sasuke shouted, getting his attention. "I know." He nodded in reply, hiding they may have been, but they weren't any good at concealing their presence properly. "Sakura, come over here and keep pressure on this lady's wound. Naruto, guard them." "Right," Sakura agreed, rushing over, dropping to her knees over the lady and doing just that. "Don't tell me what to do," Naruto griped, but he did as asked, pulling out a pair of kunai and taking up a guard position. Just as he did, there was a chorus of splashing water, and from the waterfall a group of shinobi, all dressed in grey and light blue, burst of the waterfall, 8 in total, and only one of them stood out, a tall, muscular man wearing a sleeveless black muscle shirt and a pair of arm warmers. Gotcha! The standout leader gleefully shouted, whipping his hand out alongside his apparent subordinates, each of them unleashing a bevy of shuriken and kunai towards the biggest target, Daiki, and those around him. Like hell! Daiki thrust both arms out, palms wide open, and flared his chakra through his palms. "Force palm jutsu," he shouted. Twin coronas of pure wind force erupted, merging together into a huge gale of force and tore the rain of weapons from the sky, in the process slamming into two of the attacking shinobi, while the others avoided the concussive blast. He didn't hold back this time at all, though, and used both together. The audible crunch of their bones echoed throughout the area before they fell to their deaths. 6 left, and they hit the ground running. They ignored Sasuke entirely and rushed Daiki's area. Clicking his tongue, Daiki held out his hand and summoned his Tanto. Ignoring Sasuke was a mistake. Getting behind them in a blur, Sasuke unwound a demon windmill shuriken and whipped it through the air. It tore through the gap between them like a buzzsaw. Just as it was about to catch the leader in the back, though, he scoffed. "Nice try, kid," he hollered, jumping over it and letting it wind clearly beneath him. Light glinted behind the shuriken, and Sasuke jerked his hand back, ninja wire becoming visible attached to the shuriken and pulling it right back around at the leader. The leader's eyes widened noticeably before, with a growl, he ran through a few hand seals and with a puff of smoke was replaced by a log that the huge shuriken pierced into. Only for a second shuriken to seemingly materialize from the shadow of the first as it stabbed into the log and ping through the air to stab deep into the side of one of the other shinobi. Shadow shuriken, Daiki realized. With the leader out of the way and the subordinates now cut down to 4, Daiki exploded forward in a blindingly fast shunshin. 3 juked around him. The path of a shunshin was obvious, but his target had no chance to even attempt to dodge before Daiki's Tanto pierced his throat and ended his life. "Shadow clone jutsu," he heard Naruto shout from behind him, and the clang of metal and ripped his Tanto free from the corpse's throat, and with a thought sealed it again. Daiki grinned as he caught sight of all 3 being held up by clones of Naruto. The blonde had sent out multiple clones to take them on and hold them back to protect the others, and left a perfect little bit of distance for him. Rapidly, his hands came together before flashing through a sequence of hand seals. Electricity sparked around his hands as he finished, and he thrust out both hands. "Lightning style, electromagnetic murder," he roared, dozens of forks of lightning exploding through the air towards them. Held up by Naruto and with the sheer speed of his jutsu, the 3 of them, alongside Naruto's clones, had no chance of dodging. They screamed in agony, and their bodies completely locked up and began spasming as the lightning ran through their veins and cooked them from the inside out, the smell of sizzling flesh riding on the air. They died quickly, while Naruto's clones puffed out of existence. "Holy crap, Datebayo," Naruto gaped. "That is such a cool jutsu." Sadly, Daiki didn't have time to bask in the awe of his fellow Genin and whirled around to where Sasuke was, to see him engaging the leader in a rapid back and forth of taijutsu. Sasuke had the edge in speed and skill, but the man was taller, had a longer reach, and was edging him out in pure physical strength. "Sasuke, fireball," Daiki called out, already going through the hand seals. "Right," Sasuke agreed, catching on quick and disengaged from his opponent, jumping back. It left the man with his back towards the waterfall, with Daiki and Sasuke pincering him on either side and going through identical hand seals. As one, both Genin finished and cupped their fingers around their mouths and exhaled powerfully. "Fire style, fireball jutsu." "Damn it," the man shouted angrily with little place to run. If he jumped back onto the water, he'd be a sitting duck. He ran through a rapid set of hand seals himself. "Water style, water wall." Spinning, the man exhaled himself and spewed out a surge of water that swept around him to block the pair of fire jutsu. Steam erupted when they impacted, blanketing the area. Daiki kept his ears peeled and slowly started going through a few more hand seals, preparing to unleash another jutsu and kill him for good. But when the steam died down a moment later, he was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it," he ran, Sasuke cursed. Probably back into the village then. No way a troop this small and weak could threaten an entire village, even a minor one. Daiki agreed, easing up on his hand seals. There's probably more already in there, probably much stronger ones at that. If he remembered right, one of them was at least a Jonin, and a traitor to Waterfall, nowhere near Kakashi's level, but a Jonin nonetheless. Sasuke nodded before glaring over at Shibuki, who had collapsed to his knees and huddled into a shiver, cowering ball. Daiki bore witness to a rather shocking and odd event, Sasuke gaping stupidly in shock. The last Uchiha had no words for the scene before him and clearly couldn't understand it either. It would have made for quite the comical sight that Daiki would have had a grand time laughing about at any other time. Sadly, he could not. "How is she, Sakura?" Daiki rushed over to the group, huddling over Shizuku's mother. "It's not deep that she'll die right away, but she needs medical attention right away, or—" The pink-haired girl looked up and explained before trailing off. Shizuku's lips trembled, tears streaming from her eyes. Is Mom gonna die, Daiki-ni-chan?" she asked, despair in her voice. "She'll be fine." Daiki pat her head reassuringly and smiled gently at her. "I'll make sure, I promise." She sniffled, but put on a brave face and nodded at his words. Shibuki could learn a thing or two from a girl like this. He resisted the urge to snort derisively and dropped to his knees, running through hand seals. "Mystical palm jutsu," the tan, muscular boy declared, green light flaring to life around his hands, and he directed it to the women collapsed below him. "Medical ninjutsu," Sakura gasped, eyes going wide with awe. Too bad that once again he could not bask in it, and this time it was from a pretty girl, a 3 out of 10 on his personal thick, smashable babes scale even. She had the arse and hips to qualify, okay? Once Daiki removed the kunai from Shizuku's mother and healed her up enough to make sure her life wasn't in any danger, the group quickly located deeper into the forest, out of sight and sound. Daiki sat his ass down against a tree, catching his breath, and Shizuku immediately slammed into his side and huddled against him, arms wrapped around his midsection. She apparently found comfort during this situation in being close to him. "Daiki, how much chakra have you got left?" Sasuke got right down to the brass tacks as soon as he finished healing the woman. "You fired off quite a few jutsu there." "Enough," Daiki answered. "About 3/4 of my total. I've got enough in the tank to put the boot to these idiots' asses." Sasuke nodded. "Right." He crossed his arms before looking at Shibuki. "Looks like our mission continues then." Shibuki opened his mouth, but Daiki cut him off. "That is unless you don't want our help." He raised an eyebrow pointedly. The leader of Waterfall grimaced. "No, I suppose there's no choice." He visibly trembled for a moment before swallowing and composing himself. "Oh yeah," Naruto pumped his fist. "Now we can go pay those clowns back for jumping us like that." "My thoughts exactly," Sasuke smirked. "Sakura, you stay here and guard the kids and the kids' mother. We'll be going ahead." Sakura grimaced but nodded. "All right, Sasuke-kun, I'll keep them safe," she promised. Well, even she can't fuck up hiding away far away from the fight and looking over a few kids, Daiki mused before slowly standing up. "I'm gonna go take care of these idiots invading your village, Kay." He pressed his hand atop Shizuku's head, gently forcing her to let go. "Okay, kick their butts, Ni-chan." The young girl rubbed her eyes before cheering him on. He flashed her a confident smile and a thumbs up before joining Sasuke, Naruto, and Shibuki to head out towards the waterfall village. Shibuki led them back towards the river and then towards the waterfall itself, edging around the water surface over a series of rocks that led to a round behind the huge waterfall. "So your village is hidden behind a place like this, huh?" Sasuke mused thoughtfully. Shibuki sighed. "Let me be clear, do not tell anyone about this entrance," he ordered, voice serious and level for once. He hopped down off of the rock surface onto a narrow pathway that was only about a foot wide. We know. Naruto rolled his eyes, hopping down after him, followed by Naruto and Daiki himself. Continuing on, Shibuki led them over the path to directly behind the waterfall itself, where a large cavern system seemed to lay. But there was little to it, just a wide, empty cavern, beyond the large holes filled with water. "Just as I remember." Daiki nodded to himself. As one, all 4 of them quickly took position behind a large rock outcropping near the entrance. Daiki on the farmost left and Sasuke the farmost right, with Naruto and Shibuki in the middle. "Be ready, Naruto," Sasuke ordered. "That's my line." The blonde shot back, drawing a kunai and preparing. Daiki ignored them, spreading his awareness out. But he couldn't feel anyone in the cavern beyond them, and not a sound echoed beyond that of dripping water. "It's fine. There's no enemies in here that I can sense," Daiki voiced. If there was an enemy in here in such close proximity that he couldn't sense, they'd have far bigger things to worry about than getting into the waterfall village anyway. Shibuki, who had crouched down and covered his head with his hands, perked up at the mention of no enemies and stood up, pushing past the three boys and making his way around the rocky outcropping towards the holes filled with water. "This way," he ordered, beckoning the three Konoha Genin to follow. "Hurry," he prompted them, before diving straight into the first hole of water. "Hey Sasuke, Daiki." Naruto gave them both a blank look. Sasuke sighed. "We have no choice." He huffed, before following after Shibuki, prompting Naruto to do the same. Daiki rolled his eyes and did the same. Why did he have to be so dramatic about leading the way into the hole? He could have literally just pointed and said, "There's the entrance." But no, he had to be all dramatic about it, as if it was some big revelation and trying to shock them by jumping into the water-filled holes. "Drama queen," the tan Genin huffed, the sounds of water splashing loudly as Sasuke and Naruto dove in after Shibuki. Seriously, as if it wasn't obvious that those water-filled holes were the entrances to anyone with half a brain. Holding his breath, Daiki copied them and dove in. Sound became muted by the water around him, and he swam downwards alongside his fellow Genin, finding a narrow cavern at the bottom stretching forward and glowing with a faint green light. He met the eyes of Sasuke and Naruto, who were examining it, before nodding at them and swimming forward through it. Towards the faint silhouette of Shibuki, he could see about 30 feet in front. Do you think they'll be okay?" Shizuku fretted as she hovered over her mother, her friend, holding her hand to help her keep calm. Sakura gave the younger girl a smile. "Don't worry, Naruto. Despite being an idiot, he's pretty strong," she reassured the girl. "And Sasuke-kun and Daiki are the two strongest Genin in Konoha." Honestly, it still astounded her that Daiki was actually stronger than Sasuke-kun now, but it made some sense, since he had much more time to himself to train. She knew, after all, after Wave, that she was dragging her team down. Naruto was far stronger than her. Never mind Sasuke-kun, and she was even hampering Sasuke-kun in getting stronger. She was really glad Daiki was around to help and pick up her slack. "Between those three, whoever is causing trouble in your village doesn't stand a chance," the pink-haired girl continued. "I mean, you saw how easy they beat those other guys, right?" "Oh, now that's interesting to hear." An unfamiliar male voice suddenly sounded behind her. Sakura's eyes widened and her hand shot down to her pouch, but before she could even reach it, she felt a sharp impact on her neck and everything went dark. "Oh, wow." Naruto trailed off with a gasp as soon as they surfaced, within the middle of a huge lake, and Daiki couldn't blame him. They'd had to swim upwards thousands of feet to reach where they were right now, finding themselves within the confines of the top of the mountain where the waterfall led from. In front of him, he could see a mass of land filled with beautiful greenery, with a village settlement spread throughout it. Meanwhile, behind him, there was another landmass, this time an island right in the middle of the huge lake. The only thing atop this island, though, was a single tree. An absolutely gargantuan tree. It had to be at least 500 feet weight and stretched so far up into the sky he couldn't even measure it properly. But he could tell from the get-go it was at least as large as tall as the mountain it resided in. Huge tree branches spread out over the top, creating a massive green camouflage with the many tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thick, healthy green leaves. The branches were so thick they spread out over the entirety of the top of the open mountaintop, blocking it more or less completely. Village hidden in the waterfall indeed. That meant the only entrances to the village were either through the actual raging waterfall or the holes Daiki and his companions just came through. That tree, his thoughts trailed off as he stared at it. While even with its size, it still couldn't compare, it did remind him of it. The Shinju, the god tree from which the chakra fruit sprung from, which Kaguya Otsutsuki her power. The hero water comes from this tree as well. Daiki's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Was there a connection of some kind? Daiki, Sasuke called to him, breaking him from his thoughts. The Uchiha met his eyes and gestured with him to follow along with them as they swam towards the shore of the village. He nodded, putting his thoughts aside for now, and made his way to the shore with them. Man, I've never seen such a pretty place. Naruto looked around in awe when they reached the surface. Man, I wish Sakura could have gotten to see it too. Daiki frowned, looking around. It was quiet, eerily quiet, and there was not a single person in sight. He caught the frown on Sasuke's face and knew he was thinking the same. It was only then Daiki noticed something else. Where the hell is Shibuki? He wondered. He was right behind him, so how did that coward give him the slip? Just then, Daiki's senses went haywire and he jumped back, just as a series of shurikens screamed through the air towards him. Sasuke moved at the same time, pushing Naruto out of the way of a set going after him and deflecting them with a drawn kunai. The hell was that fee? Naruto growled as he landed in the water, before realizing what was going on. From behind the closest village houses, dozens of shinobi dressed the same as the ones from earlier came rushing out, blitzing towards them. Go protect Shibuki, Sasuke shouted at Naruto. The blonde growled again, but dove into the water, out of the way despite his reluctance, leaving the pair of Daiki and Sasuke to deal with their approaching enemies. Just like the ones before, Daiki noticed, they all wore headbands depicting the symbol of the village hidden in the rain, each with slashes through the middle. Honestly, it was quite a lot of rain shinobi. In total, this time he counted 12, which made for 20 at least. It was like they deserted en masse. Had Nagato already taken over the rain village and killed Hanzo? That didn't matter for now, he supposed. Whipping his hand out, Daiki flared his chakra, summoning and shooting forth a series of kunai, shuriken and swords, a small wall of pointy death straight towards the approaching shinobi, before shooting forward himself. Most of them avoided easily. One did not and was riddled with the weapons, falling dead a moment later. See, that was the problem with rushing in a group. It left you little room to dodge if you were focused on by the enemy. Tora! One of them roared angrily, rage-filled eyes settling on Daiki. They were spreading out, trying to flank them from all sides and surround them, but Daiki wasn't about that shit. He made a beeline towards the one who shouted. Die! The man shouted as they approached one another. Just as they were in front of one another, though, Daiki whipped his hand out again, unleashing his force palm jutsu from his left hand and spinning. He talked around the man's lunging stab with his kunai, aimed for the tan teen's throat, and man didn't even have time to register his make before Daiki's massively momentum-enhanced knee strike smashed into his temple and crunch went his skull. Then, not taking any time to admire his handiwork, he thrust both hands out again, unleashing the force palm jutsu a second time, jettisoning him backwards through the air like a bullet. He flipped backwards, coming down into a handstand right below another of the men, and thrust up with a double mule kick right up at his chin. He, like his fellow, was far too slow to react to the sudden spastic movement, and his head snapped up and backwards, his neck breaking audibly and tumbling backwards from the sheer force of the blow. He was just in time to get an upside-down view of Sasuke leaping into the air, his hand cupped around his mouth. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He unleashed a huge fireball down below, catching 4 of the rain ninja before they could escape the blast radius, and their screams echoed loudly as they were burned alive. Daiki didn't have time to admire it because a third changed paths, rushing towards Daiki, twin kunai held in his grasp. Thinking quickly, Daiki unleashed another shot of the force palm jutsu from both hands into the ground, shooting him up into the air above the man just as he shot forward, slicing his kunai where Daiki's belly was just a mere moment ago. Flipping around above, Daiki copied Sasuke, running through hand seals of his own before inhaling and exhaling powerfully, spitting out a quick fireball jutsu of his own. The man, like his fellows, screamed in agony as he was cooked to death. He landed and looked to Sasuke, surrounded by the remaining shinobi, only 4 of them. But he didn't have to. Sasuke unleashed a rain of shuriken from his hands, wide and winding, easily dodged by the rain shinobi, except for the wires wrapped around them that bound them in their attempt to dodge. Wires leading back to Sasuke's hands and up to one single one in his mouth. The Uchiha teen running through 4 rapid hand seals before flames sparked into existence, before traveling along the wires and lighting the trapped shinobi alight. The air was filled with the scent of burning flesh. Running chakra through his palms, Daiki triggered the return seal on his weapons and summoned them back to his Dimension Force seal. Is that them all? He wondered. They weren't very impressive at all. They were weaker even than Daiki had been months ago when he first woke up with his system after being murdered by those rock humpers. The him of back then could have at least taken 2 or 3 of these guys. That left only the main instigator that was after the hero water, and Daiki juked to the side, allowing a kunai to pass through the space where his head had been, and spun, lashing out with his forearm behind him, just in time to catch and block a powerful punch aimed at his kidney. "Miss me, kid?" The grey-haired leader in the muscle shirt cackled. He gave a shout and thrust more force into his fist, trying to overpower Daiki's blocked. It didn't work out for him, not like it had for him earlier when he could leverage his greater strength and reach against Sasuke. Daiki was not only taller than Sasuke, but far stockier, and far physically stronger as well. Locking him down, Daiki summoned his tanto into his free hand and swung at the man's head, making him yelp and jump backwards. "Man, that was close. You're a strong one, ain't ya?" The man laughed before shrugging, unconcerned. "Oh well, that's why you make backup plans after all." "What?" A tight pressure on his wrist made him look down, and his eyes widened to see a thick, watery rope wrapped around his wrist, leading straight to the grey-haired rain ninja's hand. "Water style," he growled in realization. He swung his tanto overhead to cut through it, but as he did, he felt a presence rush him from behind and quickly changed his swing, directing it into a stab directly behind him. "Oh my!" A purring female voice gasped slightly in surprise. In his peripheral, he caught sight of a pretty, brown-haired woman dressed in a pair of tight spats, and kimono top that hung open at her shoulders, baring her chest, only hidden by a tight crop top that kept her breasts from being in clear view. She jumped backwards, but as she did, Daiki felt another tight pressure on his wrists, and then his arms were pulled from both sides, jerking them out and stretching him out so hard it felt like his arms were moments away from being pulled out of their sockets. "Heh, what a big fishy we caught here, eh, Hisame?" The grey-haired rain cunt cackled once more. "A shame, too. He has quite the robust build, does he not?" The kunoichi, Hisame appeared, giggled flirtatiously. "Daiki!" Sasuke shouted in worry and began rushing over at a blurring speed. Ah, the kunoichi called out to him, making a single hand seal and causing electricity to spark around her hands. "Get any closer, and your tasty and muscular friend here is going to become a light bulb." Sasuke skidded to a stop, a snarl on his lips, and his Sharingan Tomo spinning in agitation. "And, of course, the first good-looking chick to flirt with me would be an enemy," Daiki groused, ignoring the pain coming from his arms as best he could. Just his luck, as per usual. If only that cunt Kakashi had helped him get the chakra flow technique down. He could just run pure lightning chakra through these damn water whips binding his arms and light these fools up. That left him with only one option. The fools had left his palms exposed to the air. This was going to hurt like fuck, though, with his arms pulled out this wide and the force. Daiki grit his teeth and braced himself. Then he channeled as much chakra into his seals as they could muster. "Force palm jutsu," he roared. He wanted them to know exactly what killed them. He twisted on his feet as he unleashed it, and a pair of surprised shouts left the 2 ninja binding him as the pure force behind the jutsu he unleashed from his palms as he jerked his arms, bodily lifted them up and dragged them through the air like a pair of ragdolls. Agonizing pain ran down from Daiki's shoulders as his arms were dislocated, but he powered through, a savage smile spreading across his face as he completed his rotation and found the terrified face of Hisame soaring towards him, while her cackling buddy soared right past her through the air towards Sasuke. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, Daiki thrust both arms out and caught the woman right in the solar plexus. "Begone, thought!" He spat and once more unleashed what was rapidly becoming his signature technique. The air shook from the sheer force of the impact that roared through the woman's stomach as he unleashed the force palm jutsu at point-blank rage. She gagged, not even able to scream. A deluge of blood erupting from her throat, eyes rolling up into the back of her head, and was summarily shot flying back through the air from the way she came. "Fuck!" Daiki roared as white-hot agony beyond the agony he felt before lanced down his arms. The impact reflected back at him from his jutsu had forced his arms back into their sockets, and holy fucking shit did it fucking hurt. "Ah," Daiki groaned, slumping to his knees. The sound of a body hitting the ground drew his attention, and he looked over to see Sasuke hilting his kunai in the throat of Cackleboy before pulling it out. "Daiki, you okay?" Sasuke asked, rushing over to help him. "Could be better, but I'll be fine," Daiki replied, though he didn't move from his kneeling position, and his arms were utterly numb beyond the pain burning throughout them. He'd be able to heal them, but it would be a pain in the ass to do it one by one and hurt like a bitch in the process. Not to mention, he was dwindling, though, on chakra. He only had about a quarter left now. "Right, good, you can rest for now then," Sasuke nodded. "Those two seem to be the leaders, so we just need to get Naruto and Shibuki, and we're done here." No, they weren't actually. The leader of this nonsense, and the strongest of them, was still around, hiding somewhere, looking to get his hands on the hero water. Daiki opened his mouth to say something, find a way to tell him to keep on his guard, only for his eyes to widen in horror as a tall, burly man with a bandana over his head seemingly materialized from thin air behind Sasuke. "Not quite," the man stated with a predatory grin on his face. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he didn't have time to react before the man lashed out and punched him in the side. Sasuke gagged, blood erupting from his mouth before the force of the punch sent him flying through the air, smashing into and through one of the village houses over 50 feet away, making it collapse on him. "Sasuke!" Daiki shouted in worry before a snarl of rage at what happened to his maybe semi-friend, and he lunged to his feet, forcing himself to move. The man backhanded him contemptuously before he even got halfway up, smashing him back into the dirt. His cheek flared with pain, and stars erupted in his vision. He could already feel a bruise forming from the blow. Before he could even think to do anything or gain his bearings, a fist grasped him by his hair and bodily lifted him up, before his face was brought down into a knee strike. Crunch went his nose as it broke from the blow, the force of it actually pushing him back up to his feet as the man let go of his hair. Yet even then his legs threatened to buckle beneath him. If only he could use his R. A fist deposited itself in his chest, and Daiki felt his ribs snap under the blow, and then he was soaring through the air, his vision beginning to go dark. Just before his consciousness faded away, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him and the feeling of weightlessness fade away. "I've gotcha," a voice echoed in his ears. Who? Darkness claimed him. 9. Chapter 9. Consciousness came back to Daiki slowly, with a rousing pain that made him just want to go back to the darkness and not feel anything anymore. Every breath he took, no matter how shallow, sent sharp spikes of pain echoing through him. For a few moments, he just lay where he was, staring up at what appeared to be an oval-shaped glowing green ceiling. What? Did Kakashi come save me and take care of it all or something? He wondered briefly, in a daze. Surely he would have acted after seeing Sasuke take that hit he did. Ignoring the pain that made him want to curl up into a ball and forgot the world existed, Daiki grit his teeth and forced himself to sit up. And blinked. He was in a completely sealed-off, oval-shaped room, almost egg-like even. And he wasn't alone. There was a girl sitting over beside one of the walls, peering out from a small hole in it. A familiar girl. Petite, with tan skin, darker than his own, athletically built and short exotic mint green hair, her outfit consisted of a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it, while a blue-clothed headband was tied around the bicep of her left arm, depicting the symbol Takigakure. She turned just then and looked at him, apparently feeling some form of movement behind her, and stared at him blankly, orange eyes blinking owlishly before a wide grin spread across her face. "Hey, you're finally awake." Fu cheered. "Huh. That voice, that was the one he heard before he passed out." Fu saved him? "Dunno if you should be up and about, actually. You took a hell of a beating from that dick Suyen." She plowed on when he didn't respond. "But hey, you were kicking major ass out there. You and your pal wiped out those rain ninja easily, and even those two annoying ones, you did them in good." "Where?" Daiki began to ask before coughing, a splatter of blood leaving his broken nose and pain erupting from his ribs. "Eesh, wish I knew some healing jutsu right about now." Fu winced, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. "Well, take it easy. You're safe for now. This is my cocoon jutsu we're inside. As long as we're in here, that guy won't be able to sense us." Oh, that was good. And bad, because that meant Kakashi hadn't come in and mopped the main villain up like he was supposed to. Was I wrong? Did he actually just leave Naruto and Sasuke unguarded? Daiki had to resist the urge to swallow heavily, lest his ribs throb in agony again. It was already taking all he had to keep his thoughts centered. Actually, now that he thought about it, didn't Kakashi only learn about the Akatsuki after the Chunin exams from Jiraiya? And there was no way Kakashi could have predicted something like this happening. Like, who would? He only left them to clean up some trash before heading home. Who would expect them to get drawn into an attack on an entire shinobi village? "Focus," he told himself, and looked Fu in the eyes. "Cocoon." He made a show of looking thoughtful. "Does that make you the Nanabi Jinchuriki?" It was blunt and not skirting the edges at all, but he really didn't have the time to dance around this topic right now. He'd not been taking this seriously at all. He'd let the idea of Kakashi as a safety blanket make him complacent, arrogant in his assured survival. Fu froze. "Ah, you know about that?" The mint-haired girl swallowed heavily herself. "Is that, gonna be a problem?" She looked almost like a deer staring into headlights. Why would she lock up like that just from as... Oh, right. Jinchuriki were usually hated by those around them because people were idiots. God, what a waste. If people trained Jinchuriki in the grind properly, they'd all be absolute beasts when it came to combat by time they were in their tweens. Just look at how fast he was progressing with a bootleg healing factor using the mystical palm jutsu. No, nothing like that. Daiki slowly shook his head and gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile and not a pained grimace. "Honestly, wish I was Jinchuriki right about now. That healing factor you guys have would be amazing for me at the moment. I'm all for Team Biju right now." Fu just stared at him for a moment before giggling. "It is pretty helpful now and then." She nodded, though not that the Nanabi shares much with me, besides these. Suddenly, a pair of insectoid wings emerged from her lower back and flapped rapidly, lifting her up to her feet. "Useful," he noted, before what she said caught on fully. "Wait, does that mean you can't use a chakra cloak?" "Not yet. The bug refuses to let me do it. Doesn't like fighting," Fu shrugged. "Says I should just run away and not risk getting killed." "I mean, as far as pragmatic survival goes, it's probably right." Daiki sighed. But that was also bad because having her able to even use the initial form, not even pulling on the tailed cloaks, would be a massive help. How strong are you? How do you measure up to that guy who beat my shit in?" "Suyin." Fu tilted her head before grinning proudly, and for a moment, hope surged in him. "I don't even come close. I'd be lucky to last 15 seconds against him one-on-one if he was serious." Fuck. But then, what was he expecting? Waterfall wasn't exactly known for their powerful Jinchuriki, or well, powerful anything. Waterfall was basically treated as a joke and only really got any recognition because it sat on the border between the land of fire and earth and worked as a stopgap if those rock fetishists tried to invade Fire Country. They were more of an overly large outpost than a real ninja village, to be honest. Their population was less than 2,000. Well, 10 seconds would still be a big help, I guess. Daiki tried to be hopeful. "Actually, do you know what happened to my friends?" Fu winced. "Ah, yeah, about that." She trailed off before pointing at the hole that she was peering out of before. "You might want to take a look." He had a feeling he was not going to like this. Ignoring his body, protesting even the slightest movements, Daiki dragged himself over to the edge of the glowing green cocoon room and peered out of the hole. He found that they were apparently very high up in the massive tree he'd saw earlier, hidden amongst the thick greenery of the leaves, and had a good vantage point directly downwards. He saw the problem immediately. One, Sasuke was beaten quite badly and hanging, tied up from a large red torii gate, while to the side a huge rectangular barrier of some kind, with large earth stakes on each corner, held tens of dozens. No, rather, multiple hundreds of people all tied up and squished together in there. A flash of pink caught his eyes, and he saw at the very front of the barrier was Sakura, tied up alongside Shizuku and the little boy whose name he hadn't caught. That was with them, her mother, laying tied up and unconscious next to them. Fucking hell. Seriously, Sakura. Daiki resisted the urge to groan. He hadn't put much thought into leaving her behind, because they'd killed all the Shinobi bar the cackling idiot before heading off. Yet, she'd still somehow managed to get herself captured. Fuck, just fuck. At least Naruto and Shibuki seemed to be still free out there. If he remembered right, they should be somewhere within the same vicinity as them, in amongst this tree. Though considering the sheer size of it, that wasn't saying much. His eyes drifted to directly outside the barrier, at the front, where a familiar man sat on a rock, arms crossed, wild spiky black hair with a bandana over it. The fuckhead who beat the shit out of him. His vague memories of the movie told him that barrier thing was totally new. And somehow he seemed far more powerful than he was in the movie, even without the hero's water. There was no way Naruto, even with the initial chakra cloak, could beat this guy. He doubted he'd even be able to with the full one-tail cloak, actually. Daiki grimaced, turning away from the hole and slowly bringing his hands up. It was painstaking, both literally and figuratively in the scope of speed. He could make one single hand seal. Yeah, luckily he hasn't killed your friends, Fu pointed out optimistically as green chakra blossomed out of his hands. Unluckily, he's holding them hostage to get Shibuki to come out and give him the hero water, at which point he'll drink it, get way stronger and slaughter us all anyway. Daiki seriously wished he never agreed to come on this missions. B-rank mission my ass. He pressed his hands to his chest and spread the healing chakra of his jutsu through into his ribs and directed the rest through his arms. He didn't have enough in the tank to heal himself fully, especially if he still wanted to be able to fight. But as long as he could at least move without being in pain and get some speed back in his arms, he could do something. So, healing jutsu, huh? You're pretty good. Fu praised him. I had trouble with those two with the whips earlier, but you took them out in less than a minute, so you're strong on top of being able to heal. Konoha ninja are something else. I'm just built different. Daiki couldn't resist the urge to brag a little bit to the pretty girl with him. So while I'm healing myself a bit, have you got any plans for dealing with that guy? Not really. She gave him a sheepish smile. I've really not got anything with the firepower to bring him down. I have one that could startle him a bit, though, and give you an opening. All right, he could work with that. That'll do, Daiki nodded. Keep him in place for a couple seconds, and I'll hit him with my strongest jutsu. Jonin or not, he wasn't going to be shaking off a B-rank lightning jutsu without being fucked up. Gotcha. Fu grinned happily. I'll lay him up, you knock him down. You? She started strong before trailing off as she realized she didn't know his name. Daiki, he introduced himself. Daiki, great name, she beamed, and I'm Fu, pleased to meet Cha. Like all great plans, the one they came up with just a few minutes ago and were preparing to put in place, didn't survive contact with the enemy. Or rather, it didn't even get to come into contact with the enemy at all. Shibuki, Suyen's voice roared loudly, followed by a sharp, feminine squeal of pain. I'm tired of waiting, you little coward. Bring out the hero water now. For every minute you don't, I'll be killing one of these pieces of trash I've caught, starting with this little bitch. Daiki cut off the flow of green chakra he was spreading through himself and looked through the hole to get a look, and his eyes widened. The feminine squeal, it had been Shizuku. Ah, that guy. Fu's face pressed against his as she leaned over his shoulder and stared through it with him, her petite, soft chest pressing into his back. Yet he couldn't enjoy it at all. He's really rotten to the core, threatening civilians, kids at that. Daiki grimaced, hands clenched into fists. If only his arms hadn't been fucked up earlier, they could have acted sooner. Now, if they put their plan in motion, Shizuku would be swept up in his jutsu and die in agony. It may have been hypocritical of him, since he planned on taking the eyes of another child, but he couldn't find it in him to be pragmatic enough to reap the life of that little girl who affectionately called him Ni-chan, and who chose him first out of everyone else to seek comfort in when she was scared. "What should we do?" Fu asked, grimacing. He barely even noticed the feeling of her warm cheek rubbing against his, to be honest. His mind was rushing a mile a minute, no a second. He had 3 options here. 1. Let this guy kill Shizuku and others, use the time to heal himself a bit more to make sure he was in as best condition as he could be. 2. Take advantage right now with his hands full and put the plan into motion. With his hands full, he'd be even harder pressed to react at all. 3. Waste their plan and save Shizuku instead of killing him when they had the chance. "Fuck it, I'm no little bitch," Daiki growled, forcing himself to his feet. He'd already died once, or twice actually. He wasn't afraid to go for round 3 with the Shinigami. It was all or nothing. Even if he went out here and now, he was going to at least make sure he saved Shizuku and make that fucker work for it. And if he was really lucky, the rage over his death would let Fu or Naruto rage mode into their chakra cloaks, and they could tear him apart. "Open it up, let's do it," he ordered Fu, already beginning to focus his chakra. Fu stared at him for a moment, before standing up beside him from where she remained kneeling at the hole and smiling brightly at him. "Yeah, let's do it," she agreed. She held her hand in a seal, and a split moment later, the cocoon dissolved from around them, leaving them to free fall from where it was stuck to the bottom of a huge branch. Fu whipped ahead of him with her buzzing wings, shooting down through the air and running through a series of quick hand seals, then opened her mouth and spewed forth a whirlwind of glittering powder that rained down from above. A startled shout left Suien's mouth as she powder danced down over his form. "Fu!" he roared angrily, tightening his grip around Shizuku's neck, making her eyes widen with pain as her windpipe was crushed. Growling, Daiki kicked off of the tree and exploded downwards in the fastest shunshin he'd ever used. He summoned his tanto to his hand for accuracy, and as he came down, he aimed straight for the Jonin's skull to pierce it from above. He juked to the side and just avoided it, the sleeve on his arm ripping as his blade slashed into it and drew blood, and Daiki impacted the ground hard enough to make a crater beneath himself. The man countered instantly, his foot lashing out with a blindingly fast roundhouse. Daiki didn't even attempt to dodge. He took it straight on in the chest. He felt his ribs, only barely mended, snap under the blow once again, and a roar of agony left him. But he pushed on regardless. He slapped his hand, not holding his tanto, onto the man's ankle and unleashed the force palm jutsu. His arm bones felt like they were turning to powder. A shockwave erupted and spread through his kicking leg, and the man shouted in pain, "Little shit!" He spat, eyes closed over, and summarily let go of Shizuku. Daiki caught her in the hand he unleashed his jutsu with, wrapping his arm around her and jumping back, while at the same time tossing his tanto towards Sasuke. The blade pierced through the rope binding him, letting the Uchiha drop to his feet below the torii gate he was dangling from before. "Daiki!" The Uchiha grinned at him and leapt over. As he did, he noticed, Sasuke's nose was broken as well, his face covered in blood and deep bruising. A second later, Fu landed on the other side of him, opposite Sasuke. He gave them both a nod and looked down to Shizuku, who was trembling in his grip. "Daiki Ni-chan?" she whimpered. Doing his best to ignore his painfully protesting body, Daiki gently sat her down and pat her head. "You're safe now," he told her, before quickly pushing her towards the torii gate that led to inside the massive tree. "Go hide in there quickly, this is going to get dangerous." Thankfully, she was a smart girl and did as told, quickly running inside to hide. Suien thankfully ignored her. Instead, the man, eyes bloodshot and glaring bloody daggers at them, was standing a good 50 feet away, rubbing at his ankle. "You know what? I'm going to enjoy crushing your skull between my palms, you little brat," he huffed, before grinning as he set his foot back on the ground. "This works out even better though, right, Shibuki?" How do you think Konoha will like to find out some of their precious little kiddie shinobi got killed here? Or how about I snap the snack of this little failed weapon? You better be quick, boy. If you don't, I will. Will you shut the fuck up already? Daiki snarled. Nobody cares about your grandstanding, you washed-up old piece of shit. Yeah, what he said. Fu flashed the Jonin the middle finger with. Sasuke merely smirked, crossing his arms and nodding in agreement. Suyin snarled. Uppity little brats, he spat. He twisted his foot behind him and was about to rush them, when a hail of kunai and shuriken fell through the air above him, aiming for his head. Tsh! The man clicked his tongue, jumping back to avoid them, and all eyes were drawn up to the trees, where a familiar orange-clad blonde stood 100 feet above on a branch, arms crossed and a smirk on his face. "Heh, looks to me," the blonde began, hopping off the branch and shooting down towards him, his hands flashing into a cross-shaped hand seal. "That your outnumbered old man." There was a series of puffs of smoke around Naruto, and suddenly, where there was one blonde shooting down through the air, now where was over 30. Annoyances every... Suyin tried to complain, but Daiki took advantage of the distraction, arms shooting up. He unleashed every single weapon he had in his Dimension Force seal. Multiple dozens of kunai, shuriken, and swords blitzing through the air towards the Jonin faster than bullets. At his side, both Sasuke and Fu ran through hand seals. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Sasuke spat out a massive roaring dragon of flames, while Fu unleashed a powerful gale force wind that could uproot trees from her hands. Eh? The mint-haired girl made a sound of shock as her wind slammed into Sasuke's attack, and the roaring dragon of flame utterly ballooned in size to dwarfing proportions. With Naruto coming from above and all around, his series of weapons and Sasuke and Fu's unintentional combo jutsu, they really do go all out. Suyin may have been faster and stronger than all of them, but even that only went so far when he was surrounded on basically all sides. Naruto's clones rushed him, lashing out with a series of bone-crunching punches and kicks from all sides, while his weapons and the raging flame dragon swept over the enemy Jonin. They were silent, the only noise being the crackling flame of the inferno that was burning into Suyin's position. And Naruto hopping away from the fire, clutching his smoking bottom. Hot, hot, hot. The blonde yelped, slapping his own ass to put out small embers that were burning into his backside. "Can't you watch your aim, you jackass?" he spat at Sasuke when he finished. "How about you not get in the way of my jutsu, idiot?" Sasuke shot back. "Heh, you guys are a riot." Fu laughed heartedly before crossing her arms behind her head. "Man, that was easier than I thought it was going to be." Daiki frowned. It was. But something was off. He didn't sense the guy escaping the attack at all, actually. In the end, he didn't even try from the brief glimpse he got before the attack slammed into his position. But what was even more off-putting? Where was that familiar death wail of agony that usually happened when somebody burned to death? Or where was the scent of crispy fried human flesh? Wait, something's He never got to finish because abruptly a massive amount of steam began to emit from the fire and it rapidly dwindled down, to reveal Suyin, but wholly different. He was wrapped from head to toe in a churning armor of pure water. "I can't believe I have to use my ultimate jutsu against a bunch of weak brats because I wasn't taking you all seriously." The Jonin spat angrily before shaking his head. "No matter, it's simple. Now that you've seen my water armor, you just have to die." He lifted his hand as he finished and punched out with a simple jab. From that jab, a gigantic fist of purely compressed water shot through the air towards them, not unlike a huge bijou chakra claw. It was absolutely gargantuan and, despite its size, shockingly fast. Only Fu had anywhere to run with something this size. On instinct, Daiki launched himself into the air, forward to meet it, and slammed both palms into the jutsu, pumping all of the chakra he had left that wouldn't kill him into his force palm jutsu. The concentrated shockwave that blasted from his hands tore right through it, leaving the jutsu to collapse apart like a pair of splitting waves. His eyes widened immediately after, though, as Suyin appeared in the shadow of his jutsu. So fast, Daiki didn't even see him move, and he couldn't do anything as a water-enshrouded hand wrapped around his neck and thrust down. His back slammed into the ground a split moment later, hard enough to crater it inwards, and his spine erupted into agony, then choked as the hand tightened around his windpipe, and the man began strangling him to death, with Daiki helpless to do anything else. "Daiki!" he heard someone shout. He couldn't tell who. Everything was going dark. His eyes rolled up, and he could just make out Sasuke, Naruto, and Fu rushing to help him, but the man choking the life out of him, lifting his other and with a snort, and from his fingers erupted massive pillars of water that slammed into the three of them and subsumed them, carrying them out of sight. "Bastard!" Daiki used all the remaining mental faculties he had to curse the man in his head. For a brief moment, his gaze drifted up, and he may have been hallucinating as he neared death, because for a brief second he thought he caught sight of Kakashi running through a rapid set of blurring hand seals. But then he was just gone. "Enough, sensei!" A sudden voice bellowed out in a rage, and he felt the fingers around his throat ease up, allowing him to suck in great big gasps of air and fill his lungs. "Ha!" Suyin snorted, completely forgetting about Daiki and letting him go, turning towards the lake. "So you finally crawled out of your hiding spot, you little spineless coward," he spat. Coughing and hacking, Daiki feebly turned on his side and looked to the lake. And there, it was Shibuki. But completely different from before. He an oddly shaped glass bottle in one hand, filled with a mysterious-looking liquid. It was like water, but silvery in color instead of clear. And there was a massive raging aura of chakra blazing around Shibuki's body, so powerful and tangible, the very air seemed to roil and twist, a powerful seething aura of chakra that reminded Daiki of a Biju chakra cloak almost. And his eyes, so different from the shaky, cowardly things from earlier. A blazing rage stood out in them now as he glared bloody murder at Suyin. You're right, of course, but I can't stand aside anymore. I wonder, is this how my father felt back then? I finally understand." Shibuki trailed before snarling, "I'm your opponent now, sensei." As soon as he said so, the water he was standing on erupted into a massive geyser. It wasn't a jutsu, but from the sheer speed and force, Shibuki erupted forward, closing the distance between him and his former sensei in the blink of an eye. Suyin only had the barest of moments to bring his arms up to block the sudden punch, yet even with his armor, the sheer force behind it lifted him up and sent him flying back like a missile. Yet, even as he flew back so fast Daiki could barely see him, a massive of water tentacles erupted from his water-clad body, each compressing into spiked ends and lashing down at Shibuki. Daiki's eyes widened when he noticed one coming right for him as well. He couldn't move. He feebly pushed himself up before collapsing again. Shibuki clicked his tongue. Rapidly he appeared beside Daiki and ran through a few hand seals, the bottle of water dropping from his grap before opening his mouth and spewing out what was almost a literal tidal wave in scope. It was so huge it blocked everything out of view for Daiki. "Holy shit," he gaped. The hero water was fucking insane. Suddenly, the tidal wave was swept aside and Suyin's laughter echoed, "Using water against me when I have my water armor. You never learn, you twit," he mocked, suddenly appearing in front of Shibuki in a blur of speed Daiki couldn't keep up with at all. Shibuki caught a punch and retaliated with one of his own, only to have to quickly retreat back as from dozens of water spikes erupted from the missing ninja's body, attempting to pierce Shibuki. Shibuki snarled, forming a single-hand seal, and then thrust his hand out, grasping a massive sword of compressed water and rushing at his sensei, who did the exact same. Daiki could only watch helplessly as they engaged in a terrifying, fast-zipping battle of taijutsu and sword strikes, and he could barely follow it at all. But as it continued on, he noticed the roaring chakra shroud around Shibuki was getting smaller and smaller, and bit by bit, Shibuki became slower and weaker, his sensei beginning to overpower him as the difference in their base's abilities became utterly apparent. Shit. Daiki looked behind him to his companions, only to find all three of them laid out in a trio of craters, unconscious. They hadn't just been crushed and subsumed by his earlier attack. They'd been drowned into unconscious while at it. Probably once they were slammed back into the ground and forced to breathe because of the stun that came from the impact. He can't last much longer. Daiki realized. And once Shibuki fell, it was all over. That guy would kill them all and get the hero water as he wanted. Daiki didn't even know why the fucking idiot wanted it. He should know using it would take a chunk of his life force, even a sip from it. While it would Daiki's power massively, it would only last a minute or two at most, and it would take a good 10 years off of his lifespan. Though 10 years instead of his life would be a good trade-off at this point. His eyes drifted to the bottle of hero water laying innocent beside him, and temptation flared. Fuck it, he would die anyway at this rate. And big deal, he'd die at like 100 instead of 110 or something, if somebody didn't murder his ass first anyway. Reaching out with a shaky arm, Daiki grabbed the bottle. He was so weak, though, that he had to struggle to just pop the cork off of it and open it. To the grind, he snorted to himself before holding it up to his lips and taking a sip. He swallowed. And then everything went still. The haze of darkness around his vision cleared up, his senses spread out massively, his eyesight sharpened, the pain that had been plaguing him faded away. And Daiki stood once more. A rushing sensation ran through his veins, and he felt his chakra click. And like a flame fed barrels and barrels of oil, it ignited, it exploded, it grew, it consumed, and it fucking roared. A massive aura of chakra erupted from his tenketsu, and for this moment, Daiki felt it. Power. This was the feeling of strength. For this moment, he could feel it in his veins. He was standing before the line that, when breached, allowed one to grasp the power of a Kage. His gaze snapped over towards Shibuki as the air shook as they clashed water swords, and he noticed Shibuki being pushed to his knees now by his sensei. The flame of chakra that was once an inferno around his form, now but a glittering haze of dwindling embers. Daiki popped the cork back in the bottle and lowered it. Then he moved. The ground cracked and cratered under his feet. He could barely control his own newly enhanced strength and speed. What seemed like an instant later, he was at Suien's side, thrusting his palms out and unleashing his jutsu. The air boomed as if the sky roared with thunder, and twin shock waves erupted from his palms with such force that the air in front of him seemed to crack and shimmer. Suien roared in agony, yet over it, Daiki heard as his ribs went snap under the force that transmitted through his water armor. And a split moment later, he shot through the air like a cannonball, shooting straight over the of hundreds of feet to the other side of the lake, smashing into and through a series of houses. Oops. You? Shibuki gaped at him, just as the chakra fully dwindled from around him. You drank it? He trailed off before his eyes shut and he fell unconscious. If he didn't finish this quickly, that was what would happen to him. Daiki caught him before he fell into the water. In a blur of pure speed, he carried the older Shinobi back to the island with the huge tree and sent him down. Then he rushed over the lake in a blur with Shunshin, moving so fast it was almost mind-bogglingly to Daiki. He must have been moving over 10 times as fast as he could. He landed on the other shore a split few seconds later, just as his enemy erupted from the debris of buildings. It had taken him a good nearly 10 or so seconds to recover from Daiki's surprise attack. If not for that water armor, he would have likely been killed right then and there, as the force palm jutsu pulverized him from the inside out and crushed his organs. I should have snapped your damn neck the second I got my hands on you earlier, Suien spat before rushing him, water erupting from his feet and propelling him forward. It was funny, just a little bit ago he couldn't even see this guy moving. Yet. So slow. Daiki shook his head as he easily tilted his head to the side, avoiding a punch tipped with a lance of water, then hopped over a sweeping kick that unleashed a blade of water that less than a minute ago would have cut his legs off before he could see it coming. So goddamn slow. Was this what it felt like to be Kakashi against a scrub, he wondered. Shut-oh! Suien began to roar in a rage, only to be immediately shut up as Daiki's palm slammed into and through the water armor around his face and grasped him by the skull with bone-crushing force. Hey, Daiki could feel the bloodlust building up within him now that the shoe was on the other foot. How about I thank you for your treatment of me earlier? And how you tried to kill Shizuku while using her as a hostage. The water armor around the man roiled and raged like ocean waves. He could see almost in slow motion as dozens upon dozens of spikes began forming, intending to impale him. Daiki unleashed a force palm jutsu at point-blank rage right into the man's face. The forming water spikes flopped apart. The water armor didn't dissipate. He was still alive. The water armor must have blunted enough of it for him to live. No matter. Daiki smirked. He lifted the man by his skull and brought his free hand up, forcing it through the water and placing it against his stomach. Then he fired off a pair of force palm jutsu. Then again, and again. Over and over in a rapid fire, he unleashed his own original and created jutsu in a barrage. The water armor dissipated by the second time. He didn't care. He wanted his goddamn pound of flesh for him, forcing him to go this fucking far. When he finally stopped and dropped the corpse of the former Jonin to the ground, the face was entirely gone, and there was a gaping hole ripped straight through the stomach to the other side. In the end, the man had become nothing more than a bloody pulped piece of meat. "Fei!" Daiki spat on the corpse. He would have loved to beat the man around a little more, take out his frustration and rage on him. But he wasn't consumed by the desire enough to not notice the way his strength and chakra, despite peaking so massively, begun to rapidly dwindle as the seconds went by. Before he lost the boost to his chakra and the proper feeling swept through him again, Daiki brought his hands together into a single modified seal, pure bright green chakra erupting from his hands. Daiki took the chance to mend all of his injuries right up until his vision went dark and his legs buckled beneath him. He never hit the ground. A hand caught him before he did. "Ma, you're a real scary kid, huh?" A familiar, annoying voice drawled, "I fucking hate you." Daiki cursed him, then he faded into unconsciousness. This time, when consciousness returned to Daiki, it was a gentle thing, like he just woke up from a really good nap. And he felt good. Awake almost instantly as soon as he opened his eyes. He pushed himself up and realized he was actually in a bed. A pretty nice bed, actually. Way better than the one in his shitty apartment. He looked around, noting he was in a rather barren-looking room with a particular type of wooden walling and flooring, looking exactly like the wood made to build the houses in the waterfall village. Daiki smirked, feeling a surge of pride flow through him as he remembered the state he left that prick Suyin in. Giving himself a mental pat on the back, he leaned back against the comfortable pillow that he had been laying on and just basked in the feeling of victory now that he was awake to enjoy. "Oh yeah, been a while since I checked my stats," he mused, idly calling up his status. "Eh?" He blinked stupidly at what was reflected back at him. That didn't make sense. Not at all. Name, Daiki Yurei, age, 13. Chakra capacity, 39,600 over 39,600, Chunin. Strength, 86.4 over 510. Endurance, 128.4 over 510. Durability, 86.4 over 510. Agility, 86.4 over 510. Taijutsu, 155 over 500 ninjutsu, 174 over 500, Genjutsu 10 over 500, Bukijutsu 46 over 500, Chakra Control 182 over 500. Chakra Affinities, Lightning, Adept. You have stepped onto the path of roaring thunder, Fuinjutsu, Adept. You are no longer a mere amateur. What the utter shit? His chakra capacity, it had more than doubled since he last saw it. Not only that, but all of his physical abilities, they had risen drastically. But beyond even that, his physical stats, the cap on them had been 500 before, but now it was 510. That didn't seem like a big gap. But he'd noticed something before. Going by his stat numbers, he should only be roughly 4 times as strong as he was right now, as he was when he first woke up with this status system. But that was wrong. By his estimates, he was actually double that amount stronger, and definitely that amount faster. The higher his stats rose, the harder it became to make them rise, yet at the same time, each single stat pot seemed to bit by bit become worth more than the one before it. 30 wasn't half as strong as 60 in these numbers, not even close. He actually couldn't tell how big the gaps were. It was really hard to measure. The difference between 500 and 510 was probably quite massive when applying that logic. Is it because of the hero water, he wondered, dismissing the status screen and thinking on it, this was probably a good thing, considering the amount of time he'd need to make these kind of gains, weeks, more even, for a paltry 10 years off of his life. Yes, Daiki decided, this well worth it. After all, making up for 10 years of life force, that would be easy. After all, he was planning on becoming a Jinchuriki. And beyond that, there was a certain little ferret with a certain little traveling clan from another continent roaming the elemental nations. And in that ferret, there was a certain stone that he could easily get his hands on. He only needed a fragment of it even, and could give the rest back to the ferret. And not only would it boost all of his abilities and chakra, it would also massively increase his lifespan. Guess I got to look into finding the Stone of Gelel, he mused. He should probably start with the Land of Rivers. Everything fucking else was there after all. Shifting the covers laying neatly across his body off, Daiki sat up fully and pushed himself up out of the bed. Honestly, he was feeling pretty damn energized right now. He was almost itching to burn off energy now that he'd sorted his thoughts out. He was eager to get back to the grind, and something else now plagued him as he remembered back to that fight. He was more or less a gnat compared to Suien, as expected of a rookie Genin fighting a Jonin. Yet, with just a sip of the hero's water, he'd absolutely crushed the man easily, even with such an astounding technique as that water armor of his. The man was probably on, or at least approaching the level of an elite Jonin, definitely at least bordering on the ability of an A-rank Shinobi. Daiki clenched his hands, a wide grin spread across his. He drifted back to the feeling of complete power, the pure confidence and high he felt. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. He wanted it. He wanted to reach that level, become that strong, and then grind even further upwards and ascend even further beyond. He knew, after all, that the level of strength he'd gained from there was but a pittance compared to the kind of strength the likes of Madara and Hashirama had. Hell, he bet it didn't even come close to comparing to the likes of the Raikage Eye and the like. Yeah, that's it. I'll get there. He lifted his hand into the air and began to make a vow to grow that strong. Only for the door to swing open and Fu to step in and pause, blinking her orange eyes owlishly. Hey, you're awake again, Daiki. The mint-haired Jinchuriki beamed, then her eyes drifted down from his face to his crotch and her cheeks flushed a bit red. And it was then Daiki realized he was completely naked. I blame Kakashi, he growled mentally. 10. Chapter 10. For a moment they just stared, Daiki at the mint-haired Jinchuriki and Fu eyeing up his Serpent King Manda. Sure, the size difference in the naming sense was a bit off and didn't fit, but hey, Manda was the biggest serpentine beast he could think of right now, even if he was too minuscule to truly describe his manly girth. Daiki sighed. Take a picture, it'll last longer. He deadpanned. Fu yanked her gaze from his crotch and shrugged. I don't have a camera, she replied. Can I borrow yours? I don't have one either. Daiki found himself retorting. Maybe Shibuki. She tapped her chin and mused. She sure wasn't shy at all, huh? Shaking his head, Daiki ignored his state of undress and crossed his arms. So what happened after I passed out? He asked. Fu clicked her tongue. Don't know, I didn't wake up until like an hour after you had apparently beaten that dickhead. She pouted. I can't believe I got taken out so easily. Then missed Shibuki kicking ass and then you finishing him off. Must have been an amazing show. Her shoulders slumped. You know, it's been a long time since Shibuki was like that. He used to be way cooler than he is now. She shook her head before perking up. Anyway, your friends have already recovered and left, but your sensei has stuck around to wait for you to wake up. Daiki gave her an odd look. Shibuki, cool. Well, Daiki supposed he was kind of cool yesterday when he finally manned up, but beyond that, he couldn't picture the man as cool at all. And what was that about his sensei? I don't have a sensei, Daiki pointed out. Actually, how long have I been out? Fu shrugged. Well, the scarecrow-looking grey-haired Jonin guy is waiting for you at Shibuki's place, she corrected herself. And about a day, I guess. Not that long considering the beating you took and the fact you drank the hero's water. Actually, how are you feeling? She was a bit of a motormouth, wasn't she? But Kakashi stuck around. That didn't sound like him. Daiki flexed his rippling biceps from his crossed arms and gave her a smirk. I feel good. Great even, he said. How about you? In reply, Fu pumped her fist up. I'm fine. I didn't take anywhere near as big a beating as you did, and I recover quick anyway. One of the benefits of being a Jinchuriki, right? Good to hear, Daiki nodded before a thought occurred. Actually, how is that treating you here? Like the Kyubi Jinchuriki is treated like crap back in my village. Fu blinked before her bright smile turned a little shaky. I mean, it's not that bad, you know. Shibuki always looked out for me growing up, before his dad died at least, and he turned out the way he did. And well, I'm not really close to anyone else, they're wary of me. But they don't exactly treat me bad or anything. She didn't even hesitate to explain to him, had he endeared himself to her that much already? Or was it more likely she just had no filter? Wait, you know the Kyubi Jinchuriki? She suddenly asked, eyes widening as she caught on to that fact. Yeah, and so do you, Daiki pointed out. Or probably, you know the blonde kid, Naruto? He's got the Kyubi. Fu gaped. I talked to him a bit yesterday before he left. Though he was more interested in the pink-haired girl, I had no idea. Ah, that sucks. I've never talked to another Jinchuriki before. Oh, wait. Shit, wasn't it supposed to be an S-class secret or something like that? Fuck. Well, not like anybody had told him it was an S-class secret. He only knew from meta-knowledge, so not like he could be blamed for it. You should keep that to yourself, mind you, Daiki tacked on, just in case. It's supposed to be some sort of secret, despite how badly it's hidden, so if you talk about it, you might get my head chopped off. Fu blinked before grinning. Ah, don't worry about it. I won't tell anybody, I promise. I'm just glad I got to meet another container like me. She waved him off. It's almost like being proper comrades in a way. Close to being's friends. I don't really have any friends, so it's nice to know. Oh, right. Daiki had to hold back a grimace. From what he remembered, wasn't Fu so lonely in canon, without any friends, that she actually allowed the Akatsuki to take her because she felt no joy in life? Suddenly, he could quite easily picture this girl, floating in a shroud of chakra in a dark cave, surrounded by 9 shadowy figures as they extracted the beast from within her out, leaving her in a state of agony for days on end before they finished and she finally died. Her corpse, treated like trash, just left to drop to the ground and left to rot. His hand gripped his bicep and tightened, almost hard enough to draw blood. Aren't we friends? Daiki found himself saying on instinct. Fu's eyes widened. We're friends, she replied slowly, a forlorn something in her voice that tugged at his heartstrings. Fuck, he was such a sap. We hit it off, didn't we? You saved my life and then we fought side by side as well. Daiki shrugged. As far as I'm concerned, I think that's enough to start off a friendship between us. A second later, he had his arms full of a petite-toned kunoichi as she slammed into him, arms wrapping around him, and he heard a brief sniffle before it was drowned out by her voice in his ear. Friends, huh? That's great. I've never had a friend before, she cheered. Yes, though he should probably point out, friends didn't quite hug each other while one was completely nude, especially not when one was an exotically cute girl. Not unless they were friends with benefits, or the friends beyond friends, the relationship kind. But Fu wouldn't exactly understand that type of things right now, he didn't think. My dick is pressing against her stomach, Daiki mused. His completely naked dick was pressed against her soft, yet toned and equally nude belly. It took all of the iron willpower he'd formed through throwing himself into the grind for months on end to stop his Serpent King Manda from entering Serpent King Manda Sage mode. Her Ryuchi cave was off limits for now. It took him a not inconsiderable amount of time to extract himself from Fu's hug, and thankfully it turned out his clothes were just sitting in a corner of the room. In a haphazard pile, Kakashi was such a cunt sometimes. He wasted no time on pulling his clothing back on. While he wasn't really ashamed at all to be naked, it was hard to keep from going full bonerific sometimes, so better safe than sorry. He didn't want to give Fu the wrong idea. You know what sucks? Fu mused as he finished dressing, sitting on the bed he'd awoken in and kicking her feet back and forth. He made an effort not to stare at her lovely toned legs. It was hard. Fu had all the looks of an Arabian girl and a pair of hips that just did not quit. She would look amazing in a belly dancer outfit. A lot of things, Daiki griped, sitting beside her now that he was done. She chuckled. Well, yeah, she nodded, but hear me out here. You're my first friend, and I won't be able to see you much, especially since you need to leave soon, 'cause you're on a mission. It's not like we can't visit each other, he pointed out in return. Our villages are allied, so you can come to Konoha whenever, and I don't think Shibuki will mind at this point if I pop over here to visit you, either since I already know the entrance of the place. Fu sighed, collapsed back onto her back on the bed. If only I'm not actually allowed to leave the village, being a Jinchuriki and all, she pouted. So it'll have to be you visiting me alone, and well, you've got your own training to do as a Shinobi and missions and stuff to do, you know? Well, exuberant she might be, but she clearly wasn't an idiot. He didn't actually have a lot of time between training and missions. Well, there's a lot of things I want to take care of outside my village, Daiki mused. I can always pop by and visit when I'm doing that, and the tune-in exams are in just 2 months. Maybe you can come over to Konoha then and we can hang out. She perked up a bit. Dunno about the tune-in exams, I asked to go to the last ones, but Shibuki wouldn't let me. She shrugged, but grinned. But the other stuff sounds cool. Hopefully you'll have some fun stories to tell me. Daiki was about to reply when she suddenly clapped her hands, eyes widening. Oh, I know. Fu grinned widely at him. I can teach you the wave transmission jutsu. And we can talk from really far away with it. Though, I don't know if you'll have enough chakra for it, considering how much distance there is between our villages. Wait, what? You're going to teach me such a useful-sounding jutsu just so we can talk over long distances? Daiki blinked slowly. Yup. Fu flashed him a thumbs up. But like I said, you might not have enough chakra to use it much. Like, not even a Jonin would be able to supply enough chakra to hold a full-on conversation, considering how far away Konoha is from here. Jonin tier chakra, huh? And not even manage a full conversation. Quite the chakra guzzler, wasn't it? Not to mention, his chakra capacity had outright doubled and was still in the Chunin range. If there wasn't elite Chunin tier, like there was for Genin, then he was a ways off from reaching Jonin tier. Let me worry about that. Daiki waved off her worries. He had options after all, then paused as he remembered something. Actually, there's a way you can help me out on that front. Fu tilted her head. Sure, whatever you need. She agreed instantly. He should probably caution her after this, though, to make sure she doesn't just give a random stranger whatever they want from her just because they said they'd be her friend. Can you show me your seal? He asked, getting straight to the point. Fu's exotic orange eyes looked at him strangely before she shrugged. Sure, I don't mind, she replied, before promptly turning around so her back was facing him and pulling her short crop top and mesh up at the front, making it right up and expose her slender back to him. Before he could get stuck ogling the suddenly half-naked older girl, her back shimmered for a moment. Chakra palpably running over her skin, and huge black blocks of ink faded into existence. Each one was at a corner of her back, and all 4 of them perfectly lined up perpendicularly, leading to the middle of her back. Banishing any of the horny within himself, Daiki focused only on the grind and raised his hand, placing his palm in the middle of the seal and running his chakra through it. As he did, chains of sealing characters spread out from the 4 ink blocks, forming into a spiderweb-like pattern. A 4-symbol seal, huh? Daiki mused. This was far higher quality than he thought it was going to be, but he could tell at just a glance this was no master's work, so it probably didn't measure up to the 4-symbol seal Kushina had, and definitely not the 8-symbol seal made by overlaying 2 4-symbol seals over each other that Naruto had, even if he hadn't had the chance to examine them. He could tell that right off the bat, because even as low-tier a seal user as he was, he could actually understand quite a bit of this seal matrix. Right, give me a minute, Daiki said and held his hand out, summoning a blank scroll and some ink from his Dimension Force seal, which felt particularly empty right now. My weapons got destroyed by Sasuke and Fu's jutsu. He remembered with annoyance, before dismissing the thought and focusing on copying down the seal on Fu's back. After he copied down the seal and sealed the copy in his Dimension Force seal, Fu was eager to teach him her jutsu. It was a jutsu that spread out a wave of chakra, almost like sonar waves. on a specific frequency decided on by the users and carried the inner thoughts of the user to their target. All in all, it was basically a jutsu used for talking within your head with another. A very useful tool for a ninja, really, when it came to not making any sounds and not letting others overhear your plans. And from the looks of it, it actually wasn't all that complicated. And according to Fu, he should be able to get it down within a few days of training. When he was done and knew what he had to do to finish learning the technique, though, Daiki felt guilty. She gave him a really useful jutsu just to talk with him and didn't mind at all when it came to showing her seal to him. She didn't know just how much her doing so contributed to his overall goals either. She had sped up his plans immensely. He couldn't leave her without giving her something in return, so he taught her a jutsu of his own in return. Oh wow, the second Fu that had been summoned through a puff of smoke, a half an hour later grinned, both her and the original eagerly looking each other over. "This jutsu is so cool," the twin girls exclaimed, turning to grin at him. "Best idea ever." Daiki decided then as he bore witness to his spontaneous decision, especially since both Fus quickly latched onto his sides and hugged him tightly. They were very touchy-feely and didn't mind at all hugging him. It was hard to be jealous of how easily she learned the technique compared to him when there were benefits like this. "This is so great," Fu beamed at him. "Yeah, you said this jutsu can transfer memories, right?" Her clone on his other side nodded eagerly in agreement. "With this, clones like me can head outside of the village and explore and have fun. Then send the memories back to the original. You're the best, Daiki." He supposed they could be used that way as well. Well, happy to help out a friend. He grinned back at them both. Just then, there was a knock on the door before it swung up, and a familiar Cyclops-faced Jonin entered the room. He paused, looking over the two Fus before raising an eyebrow at Daiki. "Sorry, was I interrupting something?" He then wiggled said eyebrow at the teen. "Oh, it's you." Daiki's good mood evaporated and his gaze turned dry. "Oh, did it suddenly get colder in here?" Kakashi hummed, the amusement in his eye plain as day. "Anyway, sorry to interrupt your flirting with your new little friend, but now that I see you're awake, Shibuki wants to talk to you before we leave," he explained, before looking down at the book in his hand, as he always did. "We weren't flirting," Fu protested before pausing and looking at Daiki. "Were we?" "Not really," Daiki responded idly. "Just ignore Sakashi, he's just projecting because he's like a 30-year-old virgin." "Hmm?" Kakashi looked up from his book, boredly. "Did you say something? I couldn't tell. I'm just so strong, you see, that sometimes the voices of the incredibly weak just don't register." Daiki resisted the urge to toss a kunai at the man. It was a close thing, though, mostly because he didn't really have any left, granted. As tempting as it was to be a petty little shit and blow Kakashi off, Daiki knew he couldn't act so petulant in another village and make Konoha look bad. So he reluctantly did as the man said and left the house he had been sleeping off his exhaustion from yesterday in and was directed to another, larger home, near enough a mansion in comparison to the rest of the homes throughout the village. Fu led him through, while Kakashi stayed outside, his new friend bringing him through the home to an office space guarded by two shinobi. They both eyed Fu and Daiki for a moment before ignoring them. Fu ignored them right back and promptly kicked open the door, slamming it into the wall with a loud bang. "Hey, Shibuki," the girl greeted loudly. Snorting, Daiki followed her inside. He found Shibuki sitting behind a large oak desk, the man looking up from a large scroll, a bunch more of them spread about his desk, and piles of documents. "Guess even in a minor village the paperwork is killer," Daiki mused and made a vow to never become Hokage. Shibuki sighed. "Fu, how many times have I asked you not to just barge in?" he asked, laying the scroll down. "Dunno, never counted." She shrugged. He sighed once more before looking at Daiki. "Thanks for coming to see me before you left," he started, before promptly bowing his head to Daiki in a rather shocking move that actually surprised the boy. "I wanted to thank you personally for your help. If not for you and your friend's kindness and bravery, Waterfall would have fallen yesterday. You in particular went above and beyond, suffering many debilitating injuries from what Fu tells me, and then even going on to use the hero water yourself. Whether you knew or not, The fact remains, you gave up at least a decade of your life force to help us, so please accept my gratitude. It's fine. We're, allies. Daiki trailed off, rather shocked and unable to formulate any other reply. Where the hell had the cocky, haughty coward from yesterday went to? Even the way he spoke, softer, yet at the same time it carried a much heavier weight than it did yesterday. It was the voice of a man and not a cowardly little boy. It was like he was looking at a completely different person. Thank you for your understanding. Shibuki lifted his head and smiled at him. Still, I've made sure you won't walk away from here empty-handed for your efforts. He reached into his top and procured 2 scrolls. One, a standard sealing scroll, while the other was around double the size and on the rim, depicted the image of a large black fish. Shibuki placed both scrolls on his desk. This sealing scroll contains the bounty we placed on my former teacher, 1 million ryo in total, he explained before pointing to the fish-bearing scroll. This is something that was a gift to Suyin by my father, due to him being the strongest shinobi in the village beyond my father. It is one of 3 contract scrolls passed down in my family. For the Fish Clan, this specific scroll is linked to Reincarnated, one of the boss summons and the personal summon of Suyin. We retrieved the scroll from his body. As a gift, I want you to have it. Huh. Well, wasn't that something? Reincarnated? Fu spoke up before he could, tapping her chin in thought. Isn't that one just like your summon? Can't it transform into a huge dragon? Yes, all the fish bosses are capable of using the dragon transformation technique. Shibuki nodded. Reincarnated is tied for the strongest of the clan with my own summon, perhaps even stronger nowadays. Though he is known for his particularly aggressive personality, he may just attack you if summoned, especially considering you killed Suyin. 1 million Oreo and a fish that could turn into a dragon. Neat. He didn't really need a summoning contract though, he already had one. And he didn't know if signing it would cause issues with the Chameleon clan. And you didn't happen to find the instructions for that water armor jutsu of his, did you? He'd happily take that instead. A dragon summon technically sounded fucking cool as shit, and if it could fly, that would be hella useful. And as a fish originally, it probably had access to water jutsu that would pair well with his lightning jutsu. But that water armor would be a safer bet. Because if it turned out the chameleons weren't cool with him signing another contract, he wasn't going to, so it would be useless to him. Better something he could for sure get use out of himself. Shibuki snorted. Ha, if only. The leader of Waterfall shook his head. It was quite the jutsu, wasn't it? If I could spread that jutsu through the village, we'd definitely be able to grow stronger overall, but sadly no. Knowing my teacher, selfish as he was, he'd probably have destroyed anything remotely instructional on the technique once he learned it himself. Well, that sucked. Still, it wasn't like what he got was a bad haul or anything. He wondered idly for a moment if this Reinamaru would be able to teach that dragon transformation technique to Shiramari. He had mentioned he was born of a union between the Snake Clan and the Chameleons, specifically his father was actually Manda, in an attempt to breed an actual dragon. Granted, to do that, he would need to summon Shiramari, and he hadn't really gotten around to trying that out yet. He may have enough chakra to do so, but he couldn't exactly do that in another village, now could he? Daiki thought of the best option to go with here. His eyes flickered briefly to the girl by his side. That may be a better option, actually. If Fu had a boss summon on her own side, she would have a lot more options if Akatsuki ever came calling. And he doubted Fu would begrudge him signing it later if things worked out with the chameleons on that front anyway. So I can do what I want with this then? Daiki asked, picking the fish contract scroll up. It's yours to do as you please with, Shibuki confirmed. All right then. Daiki nodded, then turned around and held the scroll out to Fu. Here, you have it, Fu. Shibuki trailed off in shock. Really? Fu's eyes widened with excitement. Yeah, I already have a summon contract of my own, and I don't know if they'll accept me having another clan's contract as well. He shrugged before smiling at her. Plus, this Reinamaru guy sounds tough, and I'd feel better knowing you have strong backup like that. Yahoo! Fu accepted the scroll and jumped up and down excitedly. I always wanted a summon of my own. She then slammed into his side again, wrapping him in a massive hug. Wait, wait, Shibuki spluttered, standing up abruptly, so fast his chair tipped over and hit the ground with a clatter. Are you sure about this? Raina Maru isn't a weak summon Daiki-san. His scales are so hard, normal weaponry can't pierce him. He's faster than Suyin was and has many water-style techniques. On top of that, upon assuming his dragon form, he can use fire-style techniques as well. Raina Maru really was impressive, huh? Really living up to that boss summon title. Yeah, I'm sure of it, Daiki nodded, though I hope you don't mind me coming back for a visit now and then to see Fu. Shibuki shook his head and sighed, picking up his chair and sitting back down. Feel free, honestly. If it wasn't due to her status, I'd tell her to go with you and vacation in Konoha. Keep her out of my hair for a while, he replied dryly. Sadly, it's not quite that simple. Iwa barely keep to testing our borders as is, simply because it is known she is always stationed here and they fear the wrath of the Nanabi. If they heard she was staying in Konoha now, especially with how much they hate your village, they'd get paranoid and much more aggressive. Daiki growled at the mention of them. Fucking rock humpers, he spat in disgust. They never learn. Okay, so maybe he had a grudge against Iwa for the way two fucking grown Jonin had targeted him, a mere rookie Genin, and murdered him just because he was from the Leaf. Surprisingly, Shibuki nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'll have to shake the hand of the Yondaime Hokage when the day comes that I die. He half smirked at the thought. The only good Iwa ninja is a dead one as far as I'm concerned. Oh yeah, didn't Shibuki's father die because he needed to use the hero water to hold off Onoki? Honestly, suddenly Shibuki seemed much more likable today. He left Shibuki's office not long later, sans Fu. It seemed he wanted to take the time to explain to her that the summoning technique, especially one linked to Rain Maru, was not a toy, and she had to be careful with it. Fu had already half-tuned him out as soon as he started, instead focusing on hugging the ever-loving daylights out of Daiki and telling him to come back and visit soon and winking at him, while wishing him luck on increasing his chakra capacity. Shibuki had sputtered and went bright red at her words. He thought it was innuendo, apparently, and didn't coin on to the real meaning behind her words at all. So ready to go? He found Kakashi leaning on the wall of the mansion beside the door. Are you a clone or the real one? Daiki asked instead. Not a clone, Kakashi shrugged. I left a few clones to keep an eye on you while I escorted my team back, then rushed back once they were back in the village. Daiki shrugged and walked on, the older shinobi pushing off the mansion and quickly catching up and walking beside him in a few strides. I've got another question, he asked. I may have the answer. Kakashi didn't even look up from his book. If you were around, the teen began, narrowing his eyes at the man by his side, why did you let that guy kick the shit out of us? You could have taken care of him at any point, couldn't you? Actions have consequences, Kakashi shrugged, actually looking up from his book to stare at Daiki seriously. You and those 3 other idiot chibis jumped right into a mission you were never given. You aren't samurai. It isn't your job to defend the innocent. You're a shinobi. The man stopped walking, forcing Daiki to do the same. You were never in any real danger. The second he went for a full-on killing blow, I would have ripped his head off before he even knew what happened, Kakashi continued, directing his full attention to Daiki, and the boy felt something akin to a pressure force down upon his shoulders, rooting him to the spot. But what if I wasn't here? Being a Jonin sensei isn't about holding your hands. You should be trusted to make your way back to the village. If I wasn't here and you didn't have that water as a crutch, all of you would have died for your pure ignorance of the situation and utter arrogance in your own ability. Daiki found he couldn't utter a word to refute the Sharingan wielder. This is why I told the Hokage I didn't want to bring my team with me. Kakashi sighed, running a hand through his hair and looking away from Daiki. I knew exactly that Naruto and Sasuke couldn't be trusted to act as they should have. I wasn't sure about you, and I knew Sakura would tag along with whatever Sasuke decided. He outright grumbled. Daiki found himself releasing a huge breath he hadn't known he'd been holding when the man looked away. Ch! It grated him that every single word the man said struck true. They had been arrogant. He'd been especially arrogant because of his own knowledge. He thought after fighting those first rain scrubs that they could handle it, even knowing there was a Jonin-class enemy running the show. Clearly he needed to grind more than just his muscle and chakra power. Well, whatever, Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Treat this as a learning experience. I will, Daiki promised. He clearly didn't have the strength yet to act as he pleased. They resumed walking, and not long later arrived at the shore of the lake, where to Daiki's slight surprise, a familiar figure was waiting. A small, cute little girl, who positively lit up when she saw them. Daiki ni! Shizuku shouted and quickly rushed over to him, slamming into his stomach and wrapping her thin arms around his waist. You're okay, I'm so glad. Daiki was touched by her worry for him. I'm fine. He pat her on the head and assured her, besides, I told you, didn't I, that I'd kick all those guys' asses. Shizuku nodded against his stomach. You were super cool. Damn right he was. He kneeled down after a moment when she pulled back and smiled at her. It's time for me to head back home, but I'll come back and visit sometime, he promised her. So until then, you be a good girl and look after your mom, okay? I will. She nodded, then surprised him by leaning forward and kissing him on the cheek. I love you, Daiki ni, she declared as she bid him goodbye. She ran off a moment later, waving him goodbye as she went, to which he returned as he stood up, right up until she disappeared behind a few houses. My, aren't you quite the ladies' man? Kakashi giggled. I wonder how the cute little Hyuga heiress will feel about you attracting Fu and little Shizuku. Daiki rolled his eyes. Stuff it up your ass, he retorted. Not my kink, kid, Kakashi shrugged. Oh, by the way, here. Suddenly there was a scroll in his hand and he tossed it at him. Daiki caught it and raised his eyebrow at the man. And this is? He asked. It was a sealing scroll, he could tell that much, but not what was in it. Mission pay for a B rank, divided 4 ways between you, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, he explained. Oh, and the bounty for that Rain Kunoichi you killed, and a little extra I found on her body that I'm sure you'll like. It better not be her underwear. Daiki deadpanned. Kakashi scoffed, as if a kid like you could appreciate the underwear of a mature, sexy lady. I don't want to hear that from an obvious virgin who turned to smut because he can't pull a girl. Daiki shot back. And that was how the return trip went back to Konoha. Quite the spiral of events, I see, the Sandaime mused, leaning back in his chair. I'm beginning to think my team are cursed, to be honest, Kakashi shrugged. Our missions tend to spiral like this a lot, don't they? It's only been twice, Sarutobi deadpanned at the younger man. That's practically a dozen, Kakashi shrugged. But yes, you don't need to worry about the girl. She seems perfectly stable, honestly. It's a wonder she's so upbeat with her situation. And the seal? The older man pressed. Seems to be holding strong, the copy ninja replied. Though you'd be better asking Daiki, seems he has an interest in sealing quite a bit. He caught on that she was a Jinchuriki at some point during the mission and got her to show him her seal. From what I gather, he copied it down to study. Sarutobi chortled, shaking his head in amusement. He sounds like another promising young man I once knew, he said. The similarities are quite astounding, really. The innate talent they both have with the sealing arts coming to the rescue of a female Jinchuriki, even studying their seals. I suppose he resembles Minato-sensei a bit. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Though the attitude is all wrong, he's like some weird horrifying cross of Minato-sensei, Jiraiya-sama and Guy. Honestly, it sounded like some form of horrifying monster to Kakashi. He wondered how he was at writing smut. The chortle turned into a full-bellied laugh at the comparison. Hopefully, though, they learn a bit from this, Kakashi sighed, scratching the back of his head. It won't be long now before they start doing missions without me. They need to understand just how wrong things can go if you don't consider things properly. They are young still, but some perspective is always good to have, the Hokage pointed out. Still, it's not like you don't approve of what they did in the end. Kakashi didn't refute the older man's words. Because he was right, he wouldn't have written down the instructions for that lightning jutsu for the kid and pretended he looted it from that chick's body otherwise. But he stood by his decision in the end to let things play out as they did. Tough love like this was better than them dying. At least here, he could give them that experience with an opponent in a controlled environment, where he could have ended things in an instant if they got truly dangerous. 11. Chapter 11. What are you doing? The familiar voice of Sasuke asked. Daiki would have loved to answer. Sadly, he could not, because he was currently being crushed under the scaly foot of a huge 50-foot pink-scaled chameleon. He is trying and failing to live up to the name of a chameleon summoner. Toka, the youngest daughter of Shiromari, helpfully supplied. His sensory abilities are atrocious, much worse than our last summoner, I'm told. That hurt, right in the pride. And that's why he's wearing a blindfold, he heard Sasuke ask, deadpan. Or maybe he was just asking normal. That was kind of normal for him, to be honest. Indeed, though it looks like our training has been cut short for the day with your arrival, Toka hummed. Let us resume another day then, Daiki-san. He heard the familiar sound of smoke puffing, and then the weight squishing him into the dirt disappeared utterly. Sighing in annoyance, Daiki sat up in the crater his body had made in the ground and reached up to pull off the blindfold he was wearing. Having fun? Sasuke asked, all raised eyebrows and amused smirk on his face. Nope, he answered dryly and pushed himself up, shaking off the ache in his bones. Ever since I showed I had enough chakra now to summon the boss, he assigned me to his daughter and has had her coming around every day for the past few weeks for a few hours to help me train my sensing abilities. He'd found that as far as chakra units went, it cost a total of 25,000 to summon Shiromari, more than half his current full capacity. Oh well, at least he'd been accepted by the clan now. He didn't know how, but they had been watching him, and Shiromari had declared that him giving up the chance to have another powerful summoning clan at his beck and call showed how loyal of a person he was, worthy of the clan, and immediately declared right after that he was also an embarrassment with how poor his sensory abilities were. The dick. How the hell did he even have kids if he'd spent the last 50 years stuck as a castle? And how is that going for you? Sasuke asked, smirk growing tauntingly. He knew it wasn't going well at all. You could take the Uchiha out of the prick, but you could never remove the prick from an Uchiha. Whatever the hell that meant. I'd love to see you try to sense someone that could remove all sound they make, turn pretty much invisible and remove their scent as well, then fight them blindfolded, Daiki snorted. So what brings you here? Back for another ass-kicking? That removed the smirk from his face right quick. No, I'm not here to toss you around today. The other boy shrugged. Kakashi left us to solo train today, but Sakura was particularly clingy. So I gave her the slip at my place and came here since I knew you'd still be training here. I'm just about done for the day as well anyway, Daiki mused. I'm gonna hit up the shopping district. I need to up my weights again, and I've put off buying new weapons to replace the ones you destroyed. Beyond filling up his kitchen and shit to last him, for the last 20 days since he got back from the waterfall village, he'd thrown himself back into the grind. And not only because he needed to get stronger so what happened in Waterfall didn't happen again, but also because he had a bunch of new jutsu to get down in the meantime. He'd accomplished much in the last 20 days. Not only had he finished up learning the chakra flow technique, he'd also gotten down the wave emission technique from Fu. Granted, he'd only been able to transmit a few clipped words to her, while she could have an entire minute-long conversation in his head. But he was getting there. And she sure did love to talk. Every few hours she'd send him a transmission chattering about something. Her favorite topic so far was complaining about Reinamaru and how much of a prick he was. She was having a bit of trouble earning the fish's respect. But she was doing all right at least, which was of the good. And on top of that, it hadn't taken him long to get down the jutsu Kakashi had found on the body of that rain lady, whose name he didn't recall. And lucky for him, it was a nifty C-rank lightning jutsu. Lightning-style Elekiter, a single hand-seal, rather fast jutsu that generated a powerful electric current around the user's palms, used with a palm thrust, and worked very well with the force palm jutsu. It was incredible how coincidental it was he got a jutsu like that, and made him wonder idly if it was actually Kakashi just giving him it as a reward for being a dick. But in the end, Daiki didn't care. Beyond Sasuke coming to spar him with, he hadn't saw much of anyone else. Hinata popped by twice, but only stayed for a little while, because her team was running quite a lot of missions lately, and Tenten only once, the day after he got back, because her sensei apparently wanted to take their whole team on a month-long training trip outside the village, probably in preparation for the Chunin exams. The time to himself had done wonders for his overall abilities though, that was for sure. Name, Daiki Yurei, age, 13. Chakra capacity, 49,200, over 49,200. Genin. Strength, 110 over 510. Endurance, 160 over 510. Durability, 110 over 510. Agility, 110 over 510. Taijutsu, 175 over 500. Ninjutsu, 195 over 500. Genjutsu, 10 over 500. Bukijutsu, 75 over 500. Chakra control, 195 over 500. Chakra affinities, lightning. Adept. You have stepped onto the path of roaring thunder. Fuinjutsu, journeyman. The world breathes. He honestly had no idea what to think of his Fuinjutsu stat, to be honest. He'd spent hours every day poring over the copy of the four-symbol seal, learning every little bit of it he could. And when he finally came to fully understand it just 2 days ago, his Fuinjutsu had rose from adept to journeyman. And seriously, what was up with that cryptic bullshit? The world breathes, like okay. But why though? It seriously felt like the system was just spouting random gibberish to mess with him. At least my chakra capacity has reached Jonin tier. He sighed inwardly. Thankfully, there was no elite Chunin tier. Planning on going on a mission? Sasuke asked. Something like that. Daiki shrugged. Now that he had the four-symbol seal and could inscribe it fluently, he was planning on putting his plan to the test. All right, let's go then, Sasuke shrugged. I need to buy a few more demon windmill shuriken anyway. What's with your obsession with those, by the way? Daiki found himself asking as the pair of them left the training ground behind and headed out back into the village towards the shopping district. In the end, he would see the most growth if he went after Isobu early. He had a limited time frame to do it in either way, and he doubted he'd get strong enough for the endgame if he didn't do it early. Besides, he also doubted he'd be strong enough to beat Isobu down and force him either way, so the only option left was convincing him. Which could be a problem, considering he was hiding at the bottom of a massive lake, and Daiki didn't fancy his chances in jumping in and swimming down to him. Seriously, meet the Leviathan in the depths? No thank you. Thankfully, Fu had solved that issue for him, else he would have had to sit at the edge of the lake and shout the Biju's name over and over and hope he drew its attention. The only way he had of making this happen was letting Isobu know what was going to happen in the future roughly, and then convincing the Biju to become his partner so they could become strong enough together to deal with what was coming. He knew for a fact Isobu definitely did not want to become a part of the Jubi again. And if he did join willingly, well, a willing Biju meant he would have instant access, and with Isobu backing him up, he could deal with Raiga and Ranmaru, and then while he was at it, he could bum rush the village of artisans who were also in the land of rivers. Those guys who at the end of part 1 went after Gaara with a bunch of incredibly powerful chakra weapons, like those soaring short swords that let the chick using them outwin Jutsu Tamari, and use Shukaku's chakra, drawn from Gaara, to revive their dead leader. And it all came together with that. Raiga teaming up with them to revive that leader, using Ranmaru's eyes to capture Isobu. In return for them turning the Kiba blades into super weapons, far beyond what they were currently using the Biju's power as well. In one fell swoop, he would become a Jinchuriki, have full access to the power of a Biju, gain a pair of incredibly powerful Dujutsu eyes, one of the legendary sets of swords from the mist, and a bunch of other powerful chakra weapons. It was the perfect plan. Walking beside Sasuke, Daiki's lips twisted into a massive grin. The next morning, Daiki made his way to the Hokage Tower, a confident gait in his steps. It was time after all. He'd cut his training off entirely after shopping with Sasuke and getting something to eat together, though the weirdo had bought a whole platter of tomatoes to eat at a restaurant. Who did that? He'd splurged a lot yesterday, spending a full 100,000 ryo on stocking up his Dimension Force seal with kunai and shuriken. 200 of each to be precise. Thankfully, he wasn't lacking in money right now. Even after spending that much, he still had over 1.5 million ryo to his name. Not only because of the bounties he got, but because every day since he got back, he'd been sending a clone off to do a D-rank mission, upping his mission record nicely. Shadow clones were so useful. Ah, Daiki-kun, the Sandaime greeted him as he entered the mission assignment room. Good to see you. Not sending a clone this time? He smiled knowingly. As expected of the Hokage. No, not this time, Hokage-sama, Daiki chuckled. I'm hoping to go on a C-rank mission today, preferably one to somewhere I've not been before. I want to see more of outside the village. Is that so? The Hokage mused. There are many beautiful places out there, but I'm afraid it will still have to be a mission around the general area. Not too far from our territory. You're not quite ready to head out into fully hostile areas yourself. That's fine, I know my limits, Daiki shrugged. Have you got any missions into the land of rivers, or somewhere around there? They're not far, and there's apparently lots of beautiful lakes and stuff there. They do indeed, Daiki-kun. A splendid place to go fishing as well. You can find some lovely base there. The Sandaime stroked his chin. I do. We believe we have one mission there now that I think about it. To the land of artisans, actually. It's a general mission that comes in every few months. They want us to deliver a small shipment of specific ore that can only be found here in Fire Country. You should be able to handle that without much trouble. Daiki had to fight to stop the massive smile from spreading across his face. I'll take it, he agreed instantly. I've wanted to visit that place for a while, actually, to see about maybe getting my hands on a good chakra weapon. You and many others, the older man laughed lightly. I dare say you've saved up enough over the past month, though, to get your hands on a decent one, so I wish you luck on your hunt. Thank you, Daiki replied simply, accepting the words humbly. After all, he would take all the luck he could get to help him with what he was planning on doing. You know, Daiki actually had to hand it to Isobu. If the giant turtle Biju was actually where he thought it was. If he was, the three-tailed Biju was literally chilling out in a lake, dead center between two of the main 5 hidden villages, the Leaf and the Sand. And not a single person had found out about it being there. Again, that's only if he's here. Daiki mused. Currently, he found himself atop a large cliffside pier that stretched out a bit over the humongous lake. It hadn't taken him any longer than a dozen or so hours to reach here. He was a bit tired, but he could easily keep going. It was hard to even make the lake out below him. The second he entered the general vicinity of the lake, he found that there was a massive fog barrier everywhere, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Which granted wasn't very far because of said fog, but Daiki was sure it covered the entire lake for the most part. With his suspicions of who was in this lake, that sent alarm bells ringing in the back of his head. Isobu can create an illusionary mist after all, and has water techniques. Who's to say he can't use the hidden mist jutsu as well? He's been with the Mist Village for decades. He thought to himself, arms crossed. And who else but a Biju would be able to sustain such a massive fog for any long period of time? Well, if his suspicions were right, and this fog was created by a jutsu that was… All right, I can do this. He hyped himself up. There was a tremor in his legs that he was doing his very best to ignore. Because plan or not, this was a motherfucking bijou he was going to attempt to reason with. It was for that reason, specifically, that he had a clone waiting in the tree line, waiting to use the replacement technique with him if the negotiations at all went awry. If Isobu attacked him, he was booking it back to Konoha and informing the Hokage that he found the 3 tails while touring one of the lakes on his way to the village of artisans. Either way, he was going to fuck the Akatsuki over, and he would offer himself up as a Jinchuriki for Isobu if the Sandaime decided to seal the Sanbi. He'd just have to put Raiga and Ranmaru off until later in that case. Still, it was a bijou. Daiki slapped his cheeks. Don't pussy out, he told himself before hesitation could settle in fully. The strength he'd earned through the grind would see him through, one way or another. Daiki made a single hand seal and focused his chakra, before extending both hands outwards towards the lake. From his hands, rippling waves of sound began to emanate down towards the lake. The wave transmission jutsu was an interesting thing. One had to know the specific chakra frequency of someone if they were trying to send a message to them alone. But, if not set to any frequency, the technique transferred the message to every living thing within the vicinity of the sound waves. Which was what he did, to make sure Isobu got the message. A simple message, 5 words, repeated over and over. Isobu, I've come to bargain. He transmitted the message over and over. Thankfully for Daiki, the lake, while massive, wasn't anything compared to the distance between the leaf and waterfall villages, and so he didn't need to expend anywhere near the amount of chakra for this, as he did when trying to send messages to Fu. He expected he would be here for a while. After all, he was sure Isobu, if he was here, would hear the message and have to process the fact that somebody out there knew his name that should only be known to his siblings and the Sage of Six Paths. Then take the time to contemplate if this was a trap or... A massive resounding splash of water shot through the air. Nay, calling it a splash of water did it no justice at all. It was like a gargantuan geyser that could pulverize a mountain, suddenly just shot up from the depths of the lake and roared up into the heavens, piercing up through the clouds themselves. Or so he assumed, since he couldn't actually see that far up with the fog and all. And from within the massive geyser, a huge titanic shadow seemed to seep up through it and become visible even through the fog. A split moment later, the fog and geyser both seemed to dissipate almost instantly, and Daiki's mouth hung low as he stared up into a terrifying, gleaming yellow and red eye surrounded by concentrated rings, almost akin to the Rinnegan in aesthetics. Easily as large as Shiromari, if not larger, the huge head of the Sanbi stared down at him, its single eye pinning him in place with the sheer weight its mere presence exuded. Holy shit, this was a bad idea. For a moment, neither spoke. Daiki because he couldn't actually muster the willpower to at the moment, and Isobu because the giant-shelled Biju seemed to be examining him. The one to break the silence was the turtle. "Human, how do you know my name?" Isobu spoke. The Biju's voice was distinctly male, with a calm bass timbre to it. It echoed powerfully, yet was not booming. Daiki opened and closed his mouth, floundering for a moment before gritting his teeth. What was the point of being one with the grind if he was going to bitch out at a critical moment like this? "Through some bad luck that worked out well for me," Daiki soldiered on, "I'll be blunt, you and your siblings, the other Biju, are in danger." The only reaction Isobu gave to his words was one single slow, languished blink. "Is that so?" The Biju responded simply, "And how does this change anything? We are always in danger. You humans are always chasing us, sealing us away for your own benefit. The fact you know I am here is a threat in of itself to me." Well, he wasn't wrong. "You're not wrong," Daiki said as such, "but this goes beyond even that. I'll be straight with you, big guy. I've saw the future and what's going to happen in the next few years. It isn't pretty. I came looking for you because I need your help, and you need mine. Not an unheard of power." Isobu inclined his head slightly in a nod. "But tell me, how does this pertain to a danger to me? A few years, a few decades. It makes little difference to me. Another Shinobi war, perhaps. Shall I be caught and sealed again?" "You're remarkably blasé about the thought of being sealed inside a Jinchuriki again," he couldn't help but point out. Isobu tilted his head to the side slightly. "Should I not be?" he asked. "In the end, whatever human I'm sealed into will die at some point, and I'll be sealed again, or get a chance to escape. Either way, humans come and go, but we Biju always come back." Daiki grimaced. "Yeah, that's kind of the thing," he began. "If things don't go in a specific way in the future, which only happens because of a lot of luck, none of you will come back. All that will remain of you is the Jubi." Isobu's one single eye that had been gazing down at him calmly, almost boredly, flew wide open in shock. "What? How? That is impossible." Isobu's cool was completely lost. Daiki swallowed. Even just a narrow of this guy's eye was terrifying. No killing intent needed. Not if someone like Madara Uchiha has the Rinnegan and can summon the Gedo Mazo. He refuted. Isobu froze completely. The Rinnegan, just like father. The huge shelled Biju trembled in place, and Daiki bore witness to his trio of enormous armored tails jerking back and forth in the water in clear agitation, such a simple gesture, creating thick, roiling waves in the lake surface. Madara Uchiha passed on his Rinnegan when he died to an Uzumaki child to use as a pawn, and has had a subordinate manipulating things in the background. Daiki pushed on. "You should know him well. He was mind-controlling your former host, Yagura. Yes, him. I remember him. But why? I don't understand what the point of that was, now that you have told me this, Isobu murmured, confused. If their plan is to bring back the Jubi, why not just capture me then? To cause chaos, Daiki answered. They're pitting the villages against each other, while creating an organization of S-rank shinobi, all for the purpose of capturing all of your siblings. And well, that guy has a specific grudge against you in particular. I see, Isobu replied simply, seemingly deep in thought. But why does he have a grudge against me? Because he was in love with your Jinchuriki before Yagura, Daiki said bluntly. The girl you were forced into, a former kunoichi of Konoha, are… Rin, yes, I remember. Isobu sighed, single eye closing. I see, I understand. There is only 2 questions I must ask of you. I'll answer if I can. Daiki shrugged. He found himself becoming much more comfortable talking to the bijou as time went on. He just had to grind through the conversation and adapt to the presence of the terrifyingly powerful giant turtle, that was all. Why does Madara Uchiha want to reform the Jubi? Isobu asked. It is an ancient, mindless beast that's only purpose in life is destroying all in its way. Daiki shrugged. He wants to be the new sage of 6 paths, he answered. He thinks with the Rinnegan and being the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, he'll reach the same level as the original sage of 6 paths. A shuddering breath exhaled through the guard over Isobu's mouth. How foolish, what a contemptible man. The bijou spat, the first hint of anything rude leaving his mouth at all, before the giant turtle sighed and met Daiki's eyes again. Very well, my final question. Why did you seek me out to tell me this? What do you mean by, you need my help? Daiki winced. Yeah, that's the part you're not gonna like, he sighed, before shrugging and chugging along. There's nowhere you can hide, not even your personal little dimension thing. The guy who controlled Yagura has a space-time ninjutsu that lets him break into things like that as well. So you even know about that ability of mine? I see. Isobu mused but said nothing else, letting Daiki continued. He took a deep breath and decided to just put it out there, like ripping off a band-aid. I'm planning on doing everything I can to get strong enough to beat them and make sure they can't revive the Jubi, he put out there, then narrowed his eyes at Isobu and made sure the bijou made sure he was being absolutely serious. To that end, I want to become your Jinchuriki. No, not just a simple Jinchuriki. The only way this will work is if you willingly join me and ally with me, allowing me to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Isobu said nothing, and silence echoed between them. Daiki crossed his arms and held the bijou's gaze. I have more options I can pursue to getting stronger, but becoming a Jinchuriki will speed up my training immensely, he stated. But there's a not small chance I will die before I ever get strong enough to make a difference. With your strength backing me up, I can immediately go after something else I want, that will allow me to cloak my chakra completely, making it so none can ever tell I would be a Jinchuriki in the first place, even if Madara stood right next to me and stared at me with the Rinnegan. For all the abilities Ranmaru's eyes had, the one that Daiki most wanted was the ability to cloak the user's chakra signature so thoroughly not even the Byakugan could see through it at point-blank range. With those eyes, not a single person would be able to tell he was a Jinchuriki, unless he used Isobu's chakra right in front of them. Finally, Isobu spoke. You speak quite confidently of your plans, the bijou hummed, but you realize what is needed for you to become a perfect Jinchuriki. A full partnership between us would mean nothing blocking my access from you. The only purpose of a seal would be to hold me, not block me from leaving. The implications there were heavy. He would have to be willing to trust Isobu with his life. I'm not a little bitch, Isobu, and I don't plan on leaving my fate and the fate of the world on the prophecy boy said to save the world and bring peace and all that nonsense. It's hard to when you've grown up beside the idiot. Daiki smirked. And I wasn't sure if he even did win in the end. I didn't see that far. And with the enemies that are coming, so strong they make the ruling Kagi look like wet behind the ears Genin, I need all the strength I can get. Without you, that's the best I'll amount to. Daiki uncrossed his arms and thrust a hand out to point up at the towering bijou, whose head hovered over 50 feet above him. despite him being atop a cliff that was over 250 feet high. "I'll put my life in your hands and go right down this path with you at my side," he declared. "And together, if my plans work out nicely, we'll get strong enough through the grind to be able to slap that pansy-ass Juby around, even if it did get revived." Isobu gave him a languid stare. "You're an odd little human, aren't you?" "At least I don't rap," Daiki snorted. "Your brother Gyuki has to deal with that." Isobu shook his massive head. "It's been a long time since I spoke with a human that did not consider me a monster," the giant Turley mused, almost nostalgically, before looking Daiki in the eye. "Very well, what you speak of is far too private knowledge for you to have just come across it, especially with how easily you speak our names. I'll lend you my aid. Now tell me, human, you know my name. But what is yours?" Daiki jabbed a finger against his chest. "The name is Daiki, Daiki Yurei. It means shining spirit, a name fit for a guy like me and my dedication to the grind." He boldly introduced himself. "Pleasure to have you on board, buddy." "Daiki? A good name indeed," Isobu nodded. "But are you not forgetting something?" "No, I don't think so." Daiki blinked. "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. Isobu sighed. "A bit too gung-ho, perhaps," he mused. "What I mean is, how do you plan on sealing me inside you? You seem to have come alone after all." "Oh, I've already taken care of that." Daiki shrugged the question off, reaching down and grasping his shirt at the base before pulling it up and over his head, leaving his muscular torso bare and exposing the 4 rectangular black ink blocks spread about each corner leading to the center of his chest. "I've already learned a strong enough seal to hold you, so you ready?" He was eager and excited to get this show on the road. Isobu blinked. "You are skilled in the sealing arts? Enough to seal one such as I at your age?" "Interesting," Isobu hummed before chuckling. "Very well, show me your skill, Daiki. I am ready." "All right, brace yourself then," Daiki warned, bringing his hands up and clasping them into a ram seal, focusing his chakra and flowing it through the seal on his chest. Sealing characters spread out from the tops of the ink blocks, forming a spiderweb-like pattern on the center of his chest. Just like Fu, before suddenly lighting up brightly with chakra, and the characters began to form up and out of his chest, reaching into the thin air in the dozens, forming what looked like inky black chains made of up-conjoined sealing symbols and lashing out through the air like striking serpents, growing and expanding to massive sizes. They wrapped around the massive bijou a moment later, and despite Isobu's epic size, the turtle was lifted up into the air as if he were a feather. Though, of course, Daiki only knew it happened like this. Because Isobu allowed it, if he wanted, he could break free from these fuinjutsu chains as easy as breathing. Isobu was dragged through the hair head first, making contact with Daiki, and moments later, submerging into the seal inscribed on his chest. As soon as Isobu disappeared completely, Daiki felt something click into place and a connection form between the seal and his chakra network, and he collapsed on his backside, panting in exhaustion. "Shit, that used up a ton of chakra," he gasped and realized he was sweating quite intensely. 12. Chapter 12. While he was incredibly low on chakra from the ceiling, Daiki thankfully had a backup plan that could work as a tip-me-up. The clone he had created to switch with him in case things went south. By dispelling it, he regained a full half of his total chakra capacity. "Ah, that's better," he groaned in relief. He just sat there for a moment before erupting into stunned laughter. This was insane. He couldn't believe it had actually all worked out for him. Sure, he'd hyped himself up and told himself it would all work out. But there was that prickle of doubt that ate away at his thoughts at the back of his mind. And odd as it was, even though he'd just sealed the Sanbi himself into his chest, Daiki didn't really feel anything different. Like, since it was completely new to him, he could feel the connection between himself, his chakra, and the contents of within the seal on his chest. But beyond that, he didn't really, feel all that different. Actually, wait. As he focused on his chakra, he noticed. It felt a bit different, in a way he couldn't really describe. Not stronger in, anyway. And, it's regenerating quicker already, he realized with a start as he focused on it. That was good, really good actually. He hadn't really had a frame of reference beyond Obito and Madara becoming Jinchuriki to guess on how long it would be before the benefits package of being a Jinchuriki showed up. It would usually take longer than this, actually. The voice of Isobu suddenly echoed in his mind, making Daiki jump with a yelp. I'm used to this now, though, so I know how it works. I'm just actively helping you. Oh, well, that made sense, he supposed. Thanks, he thought back, focusing on the seal. Don't mention it. I'm just doing as I agreed, Isobu replied. I have to admit, it's a lot more roomy in here than the last few I was in. This is good work. Though we really need to work on your chakra capacity. It's quite shallow, isn't it? Ouch, his pride. He'd actually been particularly proud of reaching the chakra levels of a Jonin. Well, either way, he wouldn't be long in increasing his chakra capacity massively. Not only because of Biju, but also because of the eyes he planned on getting his hands on. Or rather, his eye sockets on. Holding. Moving on. Not only would Isobu be making his chakra capacity grow, the constant drain from the eyes would basically amount to constantly using his chakra at least a little bit, which would immediately be topped up by Isobu regenerating his chakra at a much faster rate. Between the two of them alone, his chakra capacity would increase massively, rapidly, and that was without actually factoring in his training, which would be massively increased due to, again, the presence of Isobu. I see, these eyes do indeed look useful for more even than just their innate abilities. Isobu chimed in, it seems you have everything planned out on how to get stronger. Well, beyond finding training material, pure physical might only go so far, as you can probably tell by my siblings and I. He hadn't explained them yet to Isobu. Can you see my memories? He asked, interested, and at the same time not sure what kind of reaction he'd have to the fact that he was a fusion of two people, one from another world entirely. Yes, I can see your memories, quite easily. You kept much of this seal open, remember? You designed it after all. You have given me full access, Isobu replied. As for this other world business, trust me when I say, I have seen much weirder. I have even been to hell once. Oh yeah, hell did exist in this place, didn't it? The Sound Four tried to drag in Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba and Neji with them, if he remembered right during one of the anime arcs, right? And there were actual demons from hell from the movies, like the one with that hot priestess that wanted Naruto's kid. That did bring up a question. What the hell even were the Rashomon summons? Hashirama could summon them, as could Orochimaru and one of the Sound Four, the one with the faggy lipstick. They're creatures from hell, actually, Isobu helpfully supplied. They escaped some time in the past, quite annoying fellows. I believe the Uzumaki clan dealt with them by sealing them into doors. Interesting. Also amusing that Hashirama Senju literally had a contract with what amounted to doors possessed by demons. Also funny, the Uzumaki clan just didn't give a shit, man. Isobu snorted. Resisting the urge to laugh in amusement, Daiki changed the subject. So you've got to look at my plans then, he asked. Yes, Raiga Kurosaki and this Ranmaru boy, Isobu hummed. They shouldn't be a problem. Well, that was good to know, really good to know. He more was thinking about the fact that he was going to be killing a child and taking his eyes to get stronger. He'd long since come to terms with the fact that he would be doing it, and comforted himself with the fact that Ranmaru may have pulled a heel-face turn in the end, but he, in the beginning, was all too happy to help Raiga murder innocents. You are a child as well, you understand? Isobu pointed out, killing is killing in the end, no matter the age of the victim. And I have killed much younger children before. Just 100 years ago, children not even half this boy's age were fighting on the battlefield, killing, looting. Scores of youngster humans have attacked me. I killed them all the same. Daiki nodded. He quite agreed, actually. He said nothing more and let the topic drop with that. He moved on. Right, then will it be all right to try out using your chakra right now then? He asked. I want to get a feel for it. That should be fine. I've got a feel for the signature of your chakra to match mine to it. Isobu agreed. A second later, he felt a massive surge of chakra spread out from the seal into his chakra coils, and his vision was tinted red as thick, tangible chakra began to bubble out of his tenketsu, forming into a roiling cloak, a single thick and heavy shrimp-like tail forming behind him. Strength suffused Daiki almost the same way it had when he drank the hero water. This, this isn't bad at all. Daiki grinned, clenched and unclenching his hands, watching the chakra bubble around him. And it was just so easy to control. It moved according to his thoughts, as if it were another limb he'd just gained. He looked over his shoulder, and his grin widened as he wiggled the thick energy tail he'd gained back and forth. He didn't feel quite as strong as he did when he had taken the hero water, but he was a hell a lot stronger right now than he was in his normal base form. As soon as he thought that, he felt even more chakra exude from the seal on his chest, and he felt as his power spiked massively. Two more thick shrimp-like tails bubbled into existence, forming on his back. Holy shit! Daiki gaped at himself, feeling how strong he'd become from this. Insane, how insane. His strength now felt like it put his power with the hero water to shame. Yeah, with this, I'm sure I can deal with Raiga. Daiki laughed. He punched out his arm, trying something out, and watched with glee as the chakra around his arm extended outwards into a gargantuan red chakra claw that stretched for hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye. The claw so large it could grasp a bus within its palm and crush it in a blink. If this was how powerful he felt with just the basic chakra cloak, he wondered exactly how powerful he'd be assuming the version 2 chakra cloak. Or even how strong he'd be going full Biju mode and assuming Isobu's form. I really want to fire off a Biju Dharma, he thought excitedly. As soon as he did, the chakra flow was cut off and he felt himself weaken drastically to his weak base self. He instantly missed the feeling of unstoppable strength he felt before. Calm down, don't go getting a power high from just that much, Isobu huffed. Besides, if you fire off a Biju Dharma, you'll alert anyone within 1,000 miles of what's happening, and your plans will be ruined, remember? The giant turtle helpfully reminded him. Oh yeah, he didn't want anybody knowing about his new status as a Jinchuriki. It was supposed to be a secret after all. I have to finish this mission already and get back to the grind. Daiki bit his lip. He wanted to feel that power without doping on something like the hero water or borrowing someone else's power. Besides, if Isobu's full power alone was enough to handle all of his problems, they wouldn't be in the situation they currently were. He had to remind himself Isobu was his ally, not a crutch. You really are a weird kid, Isobu laughed lightly. Don't worry, you'll have plenty to work on. I'll coach you on how to use my abilities beyond just my chakra, like my coral style, and if you really want to cut loose that badly, you can always use my space-time ninjutsu and hide out in my dimension and go wild once you have it down as well. Ah, Isobu was the best Biju, screw Kurama, Naruto could keep that testy fox. Isobu chuckled again. Kurama isn't that bad. Sometimes, well, he lightens up apparently to this Naruto kid. The turtle Biju tried and failed to defend his brother. Well, not that Daiki was saying Kurama wasn't cool, he was an utter badass, no doubt about that. Isobu was just better, turtle power over fox power all the way. Isobu's amusement was palpable, but he said nothing else on the subject, probably to be chill and respect his brother. Putting that out of mind for the moment, Daiki felt fully topped up now after having a hit of Isobu's chakra. It was about time to get a move on and head for the Katabami gold mine and get those eyes and sparky swords. First, though, he wanted to check out his status, so he called it up. The fuck? He stopped and stared. That wasn't right. And that didn't make sense. Name, Daiki Yurei, age, 13. Chakra capacity, 49,500 over 49,500, Jonin. Strength, 110/?. Endurance, 160/?. Durability, 110/?. Agility, 110/?. Taijutsu, 175 over 500. Ninjutsu, 195 over 500. Genjutsu, 10 over 500. Bukijutsu, 75 over 500. Chakra control, 196 over 500. Chakra affinities, lightning. Adept, you have stepped onto the path of roaring thunder. Water, novice, you have no training with this element. Fuinjutsu, journeyman. The world breathes. His stat caps, at least for his physical abilities, had all turned into question marks. How the hell did that make sense? So this is the game system you can see. Interesting, I cannot see it through your eyes, but only through your memories as they register. How peculiar. Isobu spoke, interest in his voice. It seems you have inherited my water affinity as my Jinchuriki as expected. As for the new changes, perhaps this system of yours cannot determine a physical limit for you. That made sense, he supposed, but anything he'd seen like this before was usually from some incredibly powerful entity. How could it not measure his limit? Maybe this system isn't as special as you think it is, Isobu supplied. From my point of view, it hasn't really given you anything beyond a screen to see your progress as you trained. Beyond motivation and fusing your souls together, it seems to provide no other benefits. Once again, he wasn't wrong. Then just what the hell was this thing in the end? Perhaps some form of bloodline mutation, Isobu mused. Bloodlines interacting with the subconscious aren't unheard of, nor ones interacting with space-time and dimensions either. I've seen all manner of bloodlines over my lifetime. This would hardly be a groundbreaking one. Huh. When he put it like that. The thing about Isobu's abilities was that they were natural and innate to him, almost like a bloodline limit to perfectly honest. Using them was incredibly simple, as long as he had access to Isobu's chakra. Of course, it helped a lot that Isobu was very willing to show him how to use it. As in, their minds were utterly linked, and they could switch position on who was in control and who wasn't. So learning how to use Isobu's abilities was as simple as giving him free control over his body for a brief time and having the Biju use his abilities through Daiki's body and showing him how it was done. He almost felt like an Uchiha for a brief time with how easily he picked up a bunch of new jutsu just by literally having a big old turtle use said jutsu through him and copying how it was done. It was a bit weird to find himself standing a massive dimly lit void beside Isobu's huge body, the only light being a small lake of chakra that Isobu claimed was Daiki's own, and then griped about it being too shallow for him to submerge his body in and swim around in. Daiki vowed to have a chakra capacity so large in the future that even Naruto would weep in envy. The only downside to all this, I suppose, is if I ever lose you, I'll lose access to your abilities as well. Daiki mused, perched over the top of a cliffside, overlooking a small mining village. It had only taken him a few hours to get here, and he barely felt winded at all, actually. He felt full of energy. Jinchuriki stamina was great, and he'd only gotten the very beginnings of it. Even as he ran his way over, he could feel as Isobu fed his chakra into Daiki's own and force it to grow bit by bit. It wasn't expanding massively, only increasing by what amounted to a fraction of the total amount he actually had, but it was a constant thing and it piled up. You'll have much worse things to worry about than losing just my abilities if that happens, Isobu deadpanned, like being dead for one. Maybe, Daiki nodded, though that just meant he had failed in the great grind that was his life. But I think if I grab a piece of the stone of Gelel, I could survive it. It granted so much longevity, one could appear almost immortal. After all, a little mundane ferret that had eaten a small piece had been alive for multiple hundreds of years. That kind of longevity would even put Kushina's to shame, and she would have survived the extraction of Kurama if she had gotten treatment quickly. Or, not got gored through the stomach by one of the literal mountain-sized Biju's claws. Speaking of Kurama, though, "Hey, can I eat some of you?" Daiki asked. "That's what those gold and silver guys from Kumo did to your brother, and they got to keep a bunch of his chakra, despite not even being Jinchuriki. If they could do it, why not him?" "What? No," Isobu outright sputtered, losing his composure utterly. "What is wrong with you, Daiki? Do you like power that much? Just make a separate seal with my chakra in it. I'm not letting you devour my flesh, just so you can keep my abilities, you weirdo." Well, it wasn't like Isobu couldn't regenerate it, so what was the harm? You've gotten a healing factor yourself now. Why not let some tiny creature chew on your insides, then get back to me? Isobu deadpanned. "I'm good." Daiki decided to drop the issue. Well, those gold and silver brothers were lame anyway, with their obsession with gold and silver medals. He supposed he could just copy what was done to that Sora kid in that one filler arc who had a bunch of Kurama's chakra sealed in him. "Yes, you do that." Isobu agreed. Oh well, it was just a thought. The grind never waited and never ended, and he had plenty more to work on once he got back to Konoha as well. A whole slew of water ninjutsu to go about learning, courtesy of Isobu, or well, rather, Yagura. It was too bad that he couldn't just use the jutsu himself through Daiki's body like with his own innate abilities. But not everyone was perfect, not even a super kaiju turtle. I've never had to use hand seals before. He could see Isobu shrug in his mind's eyes. Nor have I got any training in actual ninjutsu. I can show you the jutsu he used, the hand seals for them, and how he trained, but you'll have to puzzle out the rest yourself. And that was perfectly okay with Daiki. He was already feeling yucky deep in his balls that he was getting so much without having to go through the grind. Being able to suddenly use all the jutsu of a real proper Kage would be just far too convenient. Also, the grind had been kind to him. Your love of training aside, Isobu spoke dryly, perhaps get your head in the game. It's about time to jump into action, is it not? Indeed, he was perched atop a cliffside, a few hundred feet above the mining area of the town, specifically perched directly above a large building that probably once belonged to the leader of this settlement before Raiga came in, killed him and took over. He knew it was where his targets were because of all the thugs dressed in black cloaks guarding the perimeter. They probably already know I'm here, Daiki mused. If the boy Ranmaru isn't asleep, then yes, they're probably waiting to see what kind of move you make before retaliating. Isobu agreed. The smart move, with an enemy all clustered together like that, would be to bombard them with ninjutsu. The problem was, while he was sure he could do that and kill Raiga if he wasn't fast enough with Isobu's power, that left the risk of damaging Ranmaru's eyes. Honestly, the only threat was Raiga himself. The thugs he'd recruited were all civilians he forced to work for him and trained himself. Training by a powerful Jonin or not, Shinobi training wasn't that simple that one could reach what it took to be even a Genin without building a proper foundation first. And unless your name was Itachi Uchiha or Kakashi Hatake, that foundation took years to build. They wouldn't be an issue to get through, so attacking head-on was his best bet. Go for the kill instantly, Isobu told him. I do not remember much of Raiga personally, but I do remember the Kiba blades. They are incredibly powerful and will pierce even through my chakra. As soon as he said so, Daiki felt the familiar feeling of raw, unadulterated power surge in his veins, thick red bubbles of chakra oozing out of his tenketsu and forming a cloak around him, three tails immediately forming behind him. As soon as the three-tailed version 1 chakra cloak formed over him, Daiki moved, erupting down with a shunshin propelling his enhanced speed to even crazier degrees. The cliffside he was perched atop shattered completely from the sheer force and speed of his takeoff, and the world blurred around him. He slammed into and through the room of the building, tearing its foundations apart, and the impact of his landing shaking the earth beneath him like a rumbling earthquake. In but a split few seconds, the large building had been turned into a pile of debris. Daiki heard many a scream of shock and fear, but ignored them, his brown eyes replaced with the eyes of Isobu, a demonic-looking glare, a yellow-ringed iris on a purple-ringed backdrop, whipped around back and forth looking for his target. A moment later, a pile of the debris shattered apart, and a large tan man with long, greasy black hair erupted into the air, landing on the side of the cliff above him. Glaring down over his shoulder, there was black bag, almost like a cocoon in shape and looks. So it was a Jinchuriki, the man spat as he eyed Daiki, levying a pair of slim, double-edged blades, each with an upward curved bladed prong, akin to a monstrous fang near the tip of one side of the blade and another one near the base of the blade's other side. And would you look at that? Those are some familiar eyes. Have you been sent to hunt me down for the misty baby demon? Daiki didn't bother answer. He focused on his back for a moment, piercing his three tails into the ground behind him, before thrusting both hands out, firing out a pair of massive chakra claws through the air towards the man. As if, the man laughed, his twin blades erupting into incredibly powerful and bright crackling electricity, and slashed it with both blades. From the blades erupted a pair of huge slashes of lightning that cut straight through the chakra claws before leaping after them with a shunshin towards Daiki. Damn, Isobu wasn't kidding. He was already prepared for this, though. From his still-raised hands, Daiki fired a pair of force palm jutsus, the pair of shockwaves that tore through the fangs of lightning approaching him, then erupted up in a blur of speed. Raiga was fast, no doubt. He couldn't compare to his own speed backed by his current form. His fist found purchase in Raiga's stomach a second later, and the man gagged, eyes widening in pain as he contorted around his fist from the force of the blow, before a moment later shooting back through the air from the direction he came from. "Raiga!" A young, boyish voice cried in terror from the bag on Raiga's shoulder. A red mist shimmered around Daiki, nearly instantly hiding his opponent from him. Too bad he expected this as well. The mountainside was pulled apart, his 3 chakra tails erupting from the side of it, exactly where Raiga had been standing before. And the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was quickly snatched up by 2 of his tails, while the third one grabbed the bag and ripped it from Raiga's shoulders, wrapping around the bag up to halfway. Then he squeezed with all the tails, all of them. Bone crunched under the sheer force exerted by the Sanbi's chakra tails, and he crushed everything below the head on the pair of them. See, Raiga was strong, stronger than Daiki, no doubt, but he relied on a crutch to be relevant at all. As amazing as the Kiba blades were, though, they just couldn't compare to a bijou. "We both have crutches, mine is just better," Daiki mused, reeling his tails back to him and holding the crushed corpses in the air in front of him. Daiki eyed them for a moment before focusing. Sunpo, he thought, focusing Isobu's chakra. His body shimmered with shadows of black and salmon pink before suddenly he was no longer standing in the middle of the Katabami gold mine, and instead found himself standing atop a huge marble pillar with an inky black void sky. Well, he thought pillar, but really it was a single massive land mass that stretched on and on and on for miles in every direction. It eerily reminded him of Obito's Kamui dimension, but slightly different. Sunpo, it meant dimension, it was the name of Isobu's space-time ability. It's slightly like Kamui, but only in the sense that it transported the user to this personal dimension of Isobu's. When he used it again to leave, it would transport him to the exact same place he was in before he entered the dimension. It wouldn't let him teleport around everywhere, and it definitely wouldn't let him do something as bullshit as keeping separate parts of his body in the dimension, so he could be intangible and troll the shit out of everyone like Obito did. If only, though, that would be amazingly funny. He banished that thought immediately. This wasn't exactly an amusing moment. With the corpses in the grip of his tails, Daiki lowered them gently to the ground before allowing Isobu's chakra to dissipate and returning to normal. His eyes settled on the black bag. He could see a massive amount of blood seeping through it. Grimacing, Daiki looked away from it and at the pulped body of Raiga. It was a mess, the only thing properly intact, being his head, his features twisted into agonizing pain that he probably felt for all of a split second before he died. A split second meant a hell of a lot more to a shinobi than it did to a civilian, though. Daiki walked over to the corpse of the former mist shinobi and picked up the pair of blades stuck in what was the man's hands, now chunks of pulped meat. It was disgusting, but he pilfered the blades from the corpse before instantly bringing one down and severing the head from the corpse and sealing it away in his dimension force seal. That done, Daiki ignored the corpses and focuses on the blades in his hands, lightly running his chakra through them, not even trying to turn his chakra into lightning. As soon as he did, sparks buzzed into existence before cladding it in a small crackling aura of lightning, easily on par with, if not stronger than his own chakra flow technique using his lightning. That's fucking insane. Daiki gaped. The swords themselves automatically transformed even normal chakra into lightning chakra. Just holding these could let any random scrub that could use chakra create lightning chakra on par with an expert in lightning elemental manipulation. Curious, he changed the flow of chakra he was channeling into lightning chakra itself, and watched as the aura crackling around the swords ballooned in size massively, yet did not spark out of his control at all. It was so damn easy to control his lightning like this. It seemed not only did these blades amplify the power his lightning chakra, it also made it much easier to use and control. Yeah, it was no wonder these things were so highly regarded. If the other blades could at all compare to these, and he knew Samehada at least could and was better, then he could definitely understand Suigetsu's desire to collect them all. His examining done, Daiki cut off the flow of chakra to the blades, letting the aura of lightning around them fizzle out, and then sealed them in his palms. Now to deal with you. He swallowed, turning to the black bag laying in the middle of a puddle of blood. He walked over to the bag and crouched over the head of it, hesitating for a brief moment before grasping the zipper at the top and bringing it down. The face of a small boy, maybe around 9 years old, stared back at him, pale, aristocratic features, medium-length purple hair, and bright red eyes open wide in surprise. There was a reason he specifically aimed to kill Ranmaru while he was still in that bag, so he couldn't see the boy's face and hesitate. The boy probably didn't even feel any pain before he died, just had enough time to be confused and not register it, before his heart, organs, and everything else below his neck was destroyed. Sorry, kid, no hard feelings. Daiki sighed before holding his hand out and summoning a glass jar, placing it down beside him. It was empty, except for a light green fluid filling it up to near the brim. It was a special kind of liquid produced by the Shinobi in the hospital, made with chakra and helped to keep cut-off limbs and other body parts fresh and revitalized. He didn't know, after all, if his body would end up rejecting them. He doubted it, with how easy eyes got swapped about in this world. But it was always best to make sure, so he could swap his own eyes back in. He unscrewed the top of the jar before breathing deeply and bringing his hands into a modified ox hand seal. Green chakra suffused his hands before he brought one hand up and peeled his right eyelid completely open. Then placed 2 fingers of the other over his wide eye. He let the chakra seep in, examining his nerves and everything about his eye and the socket, numbing the pain receptors as best he could. Then he grit his teeth and pushed on, digging his 2 fingers into his eye socket and plucking. 13. Chapter 13. How do your eyes feel? Izobu asked. A full half an hour had passed since he'd finished. It was actually a lot easier than he thought it was going to be, though that was partly due to Izobu's chakra than his own efforts. All he'd had to do was connect the nerves in his eye socket, and within minutes he was done. When you've been around as long as I have, it's simple to get a template of your body using my chakra, Izobu input. So, he prompted. Itchy. Daiki answered simply. He couldn't tell if that was because if the nerves were still a bit tender or because of his new visual prowess. Even without trying to activate any of the abilities of his new eyes, his vision was still massively enhanced. Before, he had 20/20 vision. His eyes were pretty damn good already and could see most things clearly for a good 40-50 feet before they started getting blurry at all. Now, if he focused, he could clearly see things and focus his vision on them, and see them as if he were standing right next to them, from hundreds of feet away, and the sheer scope of his vision, which had topped out before at a few miles, as was normal for human eyes, could see over 10 miles away. He'd checked with a clone. That'll fade, I'm sure. From what I can feel of your chakra, there is no signs of rejection, Isobu mused. Now you just need to figure out how these abilities work. He didn't really have time to work on that himself. He had things to do after all. He still had a mission to complete. Thankfully, he had access to this handy-dandy little dimension, and he could just leave a bunch of clones here to work on the abilities together and pass on the information to him by dispelling while he made his way to the village of artisans. About the clones, you realize you could have had one of them do the procedure, correct? Isobu asked. Yes he did. He hadn't been thinking when he started, though. He just wanted to get the eyes out and in his sockets, so he didn't have to look at the kid he murdered for his eyes any longer. Stupid of him, but already done, and he couldn't change that. Also, you could have let me know, he pointed out. I didn't want to startle you when you were plucking your eyes. Izobu retorted. How annoying. Why did he have to be so logical? It comes with thinking about things other than the grind. Isobu chuckled. As far as the eyes went, there was a constant drain from them now that they were connected to his chakra network, and he couldn't deactivate their base passive form. But it was honestly a minuscule amount and stopped whenever he shut his eyes and cut off his vision from seeing anything, which he didn't even need to do because of Isobu. because his chakra regenerated far faster than the eyes drained. Their only passive power without focusing any more chakra into his eyes was enhanced vision. Unlike the Sharingan that when active in the base, non-Mangekyu forms, had all abilities passively activated at once, which was probably why it was such a major chakra drain on Kakashi. It's a good thing, like you thought it would be. With my chakra mixing with yours and a constant strain, your paltry chakra capacity will indeed grow passively and quickly. Isobu hummed. Give it a few months, and I may even be able to submerge myself in your chakra in here and go for a relaxing swim. Paltry, again with the small chakra capacity jokes. No, it has nothing to do with your genitalia. I'm being literal. Isobu deadpanned. It still hurt his pride, though. Shaking his head, Daiki pushed himself up from where he was resting on the marble ground and stood up. It was about time to get a move on. His eyes drifted over to the corpses of Raiga and Ranmaru before he slowly ran through a few hand seals and inhaled, before exhaling out a white-hot sphere of flame that enveloped both bodies. Ryaga's head was one thing, he could just turn it in at any bounty station before going back to Konoha. Ranmaru, on the other hand, while it was possible his genes could have been put to use by the village, there was also the fact that Yamanaka could even read the lingering memories of the dead from their corpses. He didn't want to even leave a hint of a possibility of anyone finding out what he was up to, and there was a good chance a Yamanaka would be forced to mind-walk the corpse just to see if there was any information the kid had about his bloodline or a clan. Better safe than sorry. Ignoring the smell of burning flesh, Daiki brought his hands together in a familiar hand seal. A moment later, there was a series of puffs of smoke, and 5 identical clones of him appeared. "You know what to do?" he asked. In response, his own identical copies crossed their arms and gave him 5 smirks. "We grind, what else?" the one in the center retorted. There could be no other answer. Nodding, Daiki called upon Isobu's chakra and focused, Sunpo. He thought shadows of black and green warping over his form, and he found himself standing once again in the ruins of a large building within the Katabami Gold 9. There was a bunch of people out and about, but before they even realized he was there, Daiki disappeared in a blur of speed. The village of artisans, thankfully, wasn't very far from the Katabami gold mine. It was directly north, actually, and was only a day's walk away, but running there at a steady pace only took a few hours. It was actually near the northern border of the land of rivers, which lead into the land of rain. Spooky to think he was so close to the Akatsuki headquarters. Maybe I should see if I can find their little cave safe house here in the land of rivers while I'm here, Daiki mused. That could come in handy later. It seemed the most likely place any Jinchuriki caught in the land of fire or land of wind would be taken to at least. And it actually wasn't that far from the waterfall village either. A direct line, so it was probably where Fu got sealed in the other timeline as well. He put that out of mind for the most. He was currently at his destination, taking a stroll through the village towards the main square, where a helpful nice lady running a stall told him the leader of the village's residence and main office was located. Besides, it had been a fruitful few hours. His clones had put in a lot of work, with the help and advice of Isobu, and his chakra, making sure they constantly had enough to train as they pleased. He had gotten a handle on the abilities of his new eyes. Granted, it was made much easier by the fact he knew exactly what they could do and only had to puzzle out how to activate them. But still. Gotta admit, though, this place is amazing, Daiki mused, head going from side to side as he walked through the village, idly taking in all the shops and stalls he could see. It really was a village of artisans. Everywhere he went, he could see stores selling paintings, stalls selling elaborate pottery, tons of weapon shops, and he'd counted dozens of smithies. It was a place entirely dedicated to the trade. He could respect the grind set. It wasn't long later that Daiki arrived at the village leader's main residence and entered. He was directed to a large office area with a small waiting room outside, a secretary waiting behind a small desk. "Hello, may I help you?" she asked, a slender, rather petite and short, pretty lady, looking to be in her mid-20s, with brown bob-cut hair, light brown eyes, and a kind smile. "Hey, I'm from the Leaf Village," Daiki greeted her with a friendly smile of his own. "I've got a delivery for your leader." Ah, I see, she nodded in understanding. The fire alignment ore. If you'd like to take a seat and wait, I'll let Tomio-sama know you're here once he's done speaking to his current visitor. Just as she finished, he heard a loud bang come from within the office, followed by a shout. "When will you see sense, you old fool? This is our sacred duty," a man shouted angrily. The secretary winced, giving him a shaky smile and not commenting. He decided to do her a solid and not ask about it. "Fire alignment ore? What's what?" he asked instead. Her smile turned a little bit more genuine and a tinge thankful for the topic change. "It's a special type of ore that reacts very well to fire-type chakra," she was happy to explain. "Do you know about chakra blades?" "Yeah," Daiki nodded. "I'm wanting to take a look at some while I'm here, get a feel for the prices." "Good, good. I can recommend you some shops that have good deals then," she beamed. "But anyway, I'm sure you know about elemental affinities. The ore you're delivering is a type of ore that for all intents and purposes has its own affinity and will make for forging fire alignment chakra blades. The reason why this is because the Land of Fire is known for the fact that the vast majority of the common population have an innate fire affinity, and it in a sense resonates with the land itself, and the land absorbs this chakra and in turn produces this ore." Huh, so that was how chakra blades had their unique properties then. That was really interesting to know. "So does that mean you import lightning alignment ore, for instance, from the Land of Lightning?" Daiki asked, curious. "For the most part, yes," she confirmed. "Though it's not like you can't find water alignment ore in the Land of Fire, it's just much more common where the water affinity is much more prevalent, such as the Land of Water." "I see," Daiki stroked his chin. "Then what about chakra blades that aren't aligned to any specific element?" he wondered. He knew those were a thing after all. "The ore for those are a bit rarer," the secretary shrugged. "We generally only get those from the Land of Iron, and chakra blades from them usually cost a lot more as well." That did make sense to him. "Thanks a bunch for explaining this to me. You've cleared up quite a bit for me." He grinned at her, leaning lightly on her desk. "I'm Daiki, and you?" She smiled prettily at him. "Ochako," she introduced herself. "And thanks for not asking about that." She trailed off, glancing slightly over her shoulder at the office, where he could still faintly make out a pair of male voices arguing. "Hey, I'm much more interested in you," he winked. "How about once I'm done here, I take you out to dinner and you can show me the best shops to check out for chakra blades?" She giggled lightly, cheeks flushing. "Well, I do finish for the night in less than an hour," she revealed, looking him over, lingering particularly on his muscular arms. Revealed fully by the black tank top he is wearing, he had to show off the gains the grind had bestowed upon him after all. Her gaze drifted to his face, and she studied him a bit, cheeks darkening as he wiggled his eyebrows, only to suddenly frown. "Wait, how old are you, Daiki?" 13, he revealed hesitantly. Once he graduated and got his headband, he was legal after all. Ochako winced. "Ah, let's shelve that dinner. I can still show you some weapon shops if you want, though." "Well, that sucked. If it's about the age, I'm a shinobi, you know," he pointed out, but he wouldn't push beyond that. "We're not a shinobi village. Haven't been for over 50 years. Civilians aren't of legal age until 16 here," she replied. "Sorry, you're just a bit too young for me." Lame, but understandable. "Fair enough, don't want to make you uncomfortable." He shrugged and let the matter drop. Just because they lived on the same continent, and not really that far from each other, didn't mean their culture would be the same after all. And the world looked very different to a civilian than it did to a shinobi or kunoichi who had to be prepared to die young, or die even the first time they ever left their village. It was a little bit awkward to just sit and chat with the lady who turned him down. On her part at least, Daiki didn't really mind, but she apparently felt bad about it. Thankfully, neither of them had to deal with the awkwardness for much longer, because about roughly 15 minutes after she turned him down, the office doors behind her slammed open, and a large man with messy brown hair, wearing a long buttoned-up trench coat, stormed out, a white headband depicting the symbol of the artisan village atop his forehead, and a large, completely black, doubled-edged sword, with a shining green jewel held in the tip, hanging on his back. He paused for a moment as he caught sight of Daiki, before sneering, "A Konoha shinobi." He narrowed his eyes at him before spitting in disgust and walking away, leaving the room. Daiki watched him go before turning to Ochako and raising an eyebrow at the older woman. "I thought you said you guys don't have Shinobi anymore," he asked, curious. Not to mention, he recognized that guy. He was one of his 4 targets after all. How lucky. She gave him a shaky grimace of a smile. "We don't. He's an exception, though. I suppose," she sighed. "He's part of one of the 4 families that served the creator of this village and are against not having our own shinobi forces and us doing business with your village in particular." The hell did the guy have against Kono? "Is it 'cause the Nidaime Hokage killed the creator of this village?" Daiki asked. He'd been surprised to learn that tidbit when he was checking out information about the village before his mission. "Yes, sorry about that," Ochako apologized, bowing her head for a moment before standing up. One moment, Daiki. I'll let Tomio-sama know you're here." She stood up from the desk and made her way into her leader's office. Daiki eyed her backside as she went. It was too bad she was turned off by the age thing. She was pretty hot, a nice rack, and she stretched out that pencil skirt she was wearing nicely. Holding up his hands in a cross seal, he summoned a shadow clone to his side. His copy immediately blurred, disappearing to take care of the mission he created it for. To follow that cunt that just left and find out where he was going. Moments later, Ochako came back out and let him know the village leader would see him now. The village leader wasn't really in the mood for visitors after dealing with his unpleasant guest, so it was a pretty quick meeting, in and out, handing over the package he was given to bring and accepting the payment to bring back to the Leaf Village. After that, Ochako was more or less happy to show him around the village, especially the shops selling weapons. Though she was still walking a bit on eggshells around him, he decided to nip that in the bud. "You know, you don't need to feel bad or awkward about turning me down," he brought up. "It's not a big a deal. I'm not offended or anything." Ochako sighed. "That's good," she accepted. "I still feel bad, though. It takes a lot of courage to ask somebody out after all." "Maybe," he agreed, "for others. It's kind of not a big issue, though, at least to me. When I put my life on the line fighting enemy shinobi all the time, it doesn't seem as hard to do." She paused in her steps and grimaced at his words, but he pushed on. "I just thought you're pleasant and beautiful, so shoot my shot." Daiki shrugged. He hit it off, cool. If not, could have still been a fun night to remember." He chuckled and winked at her. It was funny how knowingly pursuing a path where his life had constant threats to it made flirting, or at least making his interest in hot girls, incredibly easy and not a big issue. "Oh," Ochako uttered, before the meaning of his words seemed to fully register and her cheeks went rosy red and eyes wide. "Oh." "Yup," Daiki unashamedly confirmed. Oh, wow." She cupped her cheeks. "You're really bold, huh?" She peeked up at him. She was a short lady after all, barely reaching 5 feet, which made her curves stand out. "I know what I want, and I go after it when I do." Daiki grinned at her and boldly let his eyes roam over her body, then met her eyes. "And you're definitely worth wanting." Give me a minute," Ochako sputtered, face going neon red and turning away from him for a second, probably to gain her bearings. Daiki froze just then, a rush of memories slipping into his mind. His clone had just dispelled itself, giving him the information he needed. He quickly made a clone, covering the smoke with a quick transformation, and disappeared out of sight, leaving the clone to take his place and enjoy having the older woman show him around. He had an objective to complete. Daiki made his way to the roofs, moving in a blur of speed too fast for any civilians to notice. He made his way to the southern district of the village, where a large property surrounded by a huge, spiky-topped gate surrounded the perimeter. Despite the size of the property, it wasn't exactly packing in decor. There was a huge semicircular mansion spread around a grand mausoleum. Considering the fervent boner these guys had for their dead leader, he was willing to bet that was where the corpse of that samey tweet that got ganked by Tobarama was resting. "Maybe I should tag his coffin," Daiki mused with a grin. "A big old Daiki was here bitches, just for a laugh." He shook his head. Nah, that would be way too juvenile. Mostly because he didn't want it to be known he was involved with them while they were still in the village. His story relied on them specifically being out of the village after all, which was why he was going to make them disappear alongside the corpse of their former leader. Grave robbing now, I see. Isobu commented. He sounded exasperated. Daiki shrugged. He had to do what he had to do. Not replying back, Daiki focused his chakra into his eyes, allowing him to see through surfaces like the Byakugan. Almost immediately, he clocked on to 4 figures, all gathered within a large room within the center of the mansion. There we go. He grinned and focused more chakra into his eyes, and focused and voices echoed in his ears. It's completely outrageous. One voice started, coming from the largest of the 4, a tall, broad man. Indeed. Another, the shortest, agreed. He's a fool. What do you expect? A peace-loving, weakling fool. The only female of the quartet spat, shrugging her shoulders. Traitorous, too. They don't understand the greatness of our family's mission to bring Seimi-sama back and get back at the Leaf Village and all the others who have mocked us. Quite right, Kujaku. The one he'd followed here nodded approvingly. That's why we'll just have to do this ourselves. With our ultimate weapons, it won't be hard to defeat the Shukaku and use its chakra. We just have to be patient for a time when the Jinchuriki has left his pitiful village and gone far enough for us not to be fingered, and then we'll slaughter him, drain him dry, and kill all the fools of this village for their ignorance. Those who do not support Seimi-sama do not deserve to live. The other 3 burst into cheers and shouts of agreement, happily listing the names of villagers they were going to personally enjoy killing and blah blah blah. They seriously took a sip of the crazy juice, didn't they? Daiki snorted, shaking his head in disbelief. These guys really did think a guy who got ganked and killed easily by Tobarama Senju over 50 years ago, a guy they'd never even met, was the be-all and end-all to everything. Well, Daiki had seen just about enough. He focused on his seal and drew on Isobu's chakra, the Biju willingly helping it along. A moment later, a familiar bubbling red chakra cloak with 3 swaying red tails formed behind him. Then Daiki focused on his new eyes, and a second later, red dust shimmered into existence around him and was absorbed into the cloak and him for good measure. As he did, the chakra signature he was giving off was completely hidden away. Even if a sensor was standing a single step away from him, they wouldn't be able to sense his chakra at all, or Isobu's now. Hell, if another Dujutsu user like a Byakugan holder looked at him, they'd probably think he was an illusion or fake, because they wouldn't even be able to see his chakra network. Then Daiki hopped off the roof, over the gate, and stealthily strolled his way over to the mansion, summarily let himself in, and masking his footfalls, using his chakra cloak, he made his way through the mansion towards where he could see them with his Dujutsu. I should think of a name for these, actually, Daiki mused. Crimson or red were too cliché, he thought. So maybe Shinkugan, the all-concealing scarlet eye. Yeah, that worked. He was a genius for sure. He was the worst enemy of a sensor ninja, especially since most of them relied more on their ability to sense chakra, rather than their full-on normal physical senses. With his eyes, he could keep constant track of his enemy and their conversation and outright see if any of them had any suspicions. If he wanted to, he could even push it further and see their surface thoughts. The Shinkugan was fucking broken, man. Daiki had no idea where it even came from. His best bet was that a Hyuga and an Uchiha got the fucky-sucky on, and Ranmaru was the orphaned or abandoned byproduct. They didn't notice a thing. Granted, these guys were all scrubs who couldn't stand up to Genin without super special gear. The only true threat was the armor-wearing cunt. He had the infinite armor if he remembered right, and it could absorb a ton of chakra. Positioning himself in front of the door to where they were discussing, Daiki picked out his targets, his roiling tails raising up behind him and lifting his arms at the ready. Then he kicked the door open, slamming it open against the wall with a bang. The quartet inside the large room, all spread around a large table, jumped in alert, but far too slow. He thrust out both hands. At the very same time, he whipped his tails through the room. Before they even realized what was going on fully, the woman, the shortest, and the guy he followed here were swept up by his tails and went crunch as he squeezed, pulping them like he did Raiga. The last of the 4 found himself submerged in a sea of red chakra, 2 massive chakra claws forming around him. The armor, as he expected, began rapidly draining the chakra of the claw aimed at his torso, and it quickly withered away and sucked inside the tiger-headed armor strapped to his chest. Too bad that was a feint. The second grasped him by the legs, making the man scream in agony as his bones turned to powder under the grip of the claw, and then jerked him back through the air, sending him towards Daiki. A split second later, Daiki shot forward with a punch, his fist meeting the large airborne man's cheek and snapping his neck, dropping him to the ground, dead a moment later. Daiki blinked, letting the chakra cloak fade from around him. Well, that was easy, he noted. He remembered these guys putting up a much bigger fight in the other timeline. Then again, that was against actual Genin and a few Chunin, sure talented, very powerful ones for their age. But not ones that could stealthily approach them with the full might of a Biju and attack them by surprise at full power. Note to self, the ability to enter Biju forms and cloak myself from being sensed at the same time is utterly broken. He thought to himself. You think, Isobu noted dryly. He did indeed. Looking around the room, Daiki was about to strip the four of them of their armor before noticing something. He hadn't seen them on his way here in the halls or any rooms he passed, but in here he could see them clearly. Swords. Swords of varying sizes and shapes spread about the room and hanging from the walls, giving off a distinct chakra-like aura to his eyes. A lot like the variety of chakra blades he saw when Ochako was showing him around earlier before he switched with his clone and came here. Interesting, very interesting. From what he could see, there was two of each element, crossing over each other and lined up. Despite the fact they were expensive chakra blades, swords at that, each probably worth a good million ryo, at least each, they were used as no more than decorative pieces. Yoink! While he was divesting the actual prizes he came here for from the bodies of his victims, he grabbed them as well. Then he sealed the bodies away while he was at that. He was especially careful not to break anything, to make it look as if they had left without any struggle and disappeared somewhere. He'd get rid of the bodies later. While he was at it, Daiki scoured the mansion with clones, looking for anything of interest. He found quite a bit of Ryo and took half of it. Again, he wanted to make sure that it looked like they willingly left themselves and were not attacked in any way. But beyond that, he found nothing else of note. Beyond a scroll that went into the various abilities of the four weapons that combined together to form the ultimate weapon. So the shape can be customized. Daiki read, meaning it didn't have to take on that stupid-looking thing Seimi had done with them. Well, that was good and really interesting, the flame blade and weaklessness. Soaring short swords apparently couldn't change shape, but the main tiger-faced armor could more or less take on a custom appearance decided on by the user who connected their chakra to it. And the three odd green orbs spread about the three swords that came together, apparently, when combined into the ultimate weapon, gave the user the ability to float. Neat. Not that he really needed it, but still neat. I'll check these out more later. Daiki shrugged, sealing the scroll away in his palm and preparing to leave. He had to grab Seimi's corpse and get out of Dodge. He'd get a hotel room for the night and then head out in the morning. I'll hit up Tanzaku Gai first before heading back, he thought as he made his way back out towards the entrance of the mansion. The closest bounty station that he remembered was hid in a urinal not far from the place. He had no idea why in a urinal, though. Daiki paused, blinking. Huh? He uttered, and then a smirk spread across his face. His clone had just popped and sent the memories to him. Apparently, while he was busy here, the clone had gotten a quick bite with Ochako before walking her home and bidding her goodbye. He'd flirted with her a bit more, and she actually gave in for a bit. He made out with her, even felt her up a bit, before she broke off and headed inside her house, bidding him goodbye. Sure, he may have played the issue up a little, that he could really die any time, and she felt a bit sorry for him and got roped in a little bit. But if he wanted, he probably could have pushed the issue with her, but that was enough for him. Nice. Daiki chuckled, praising himself. In a really good mood now, and with a whistle on his lips and a jaunty spring in his step, the young Genin made his way out to go yink a corpse from a grave. That was just how he rolled. 14. Chapter 14. The next morning, Daiki was posing in front of the mirror in the hotel room he purchased for the night. "What do you think?" the boy asked. "I think you look like a bandit that is trying to look like a big shot." Isobu deadpanned. "You mean like a handsome rogue?" Daiki grinned, curling his bicep at the mirror and eyeing himself. His clothing had went through a little bit of a change this morning. He hadn't exactly been too tired last night, what with him being a new Jinchuariki and all, and having more energy than he ever remembered having before. So he'd played about with some of his loot through the night to pass the time, and in the process found a very interesting feature in one of the items he'd liberated, and given a new home like the ever-generous and caring saintly lad he was. Well, his clothes hadn't changed that much. He was still wearing his black combat sandals and his black pants, and he was still wearing his tank top. The only real change was the single armored blue harness over his right shoulder, while atop it sat the face of a roaring, spiky-faced turtle. "Why did you have to make it look like my face?" Isobu grimaced. "Gotta represent." He shrugged. See, during the night, when going over the plans those morons had for their ultimate weapon, he found something very interesting. There was actually a lot of seal work involved in the creation of the infinite armor, as they called it, the basis of their plan. See, Daiki originally thought it just siphoned chakra, that yeah, while useful, wasn't something worth wearing something so lame-looking. Only when he looked further into workings of the armor, he found it wasn't quite so simple. Yes, it was designed to absorb chakra, but that wasn't all. No, on top of that, it also had the function to direct that chakra to someone else, or convert that chakra into pure life force and give it to someone. When he figured that out, Daiki kind of understood why their plan was to go after the Ichibi. They needed a vast amount of life force to revive their master, Seimi. "The only thing I can't figure out is how filling up his corpse with life energy and basically bringing his body to life again yanked his soul back from the afterlife," Daiki mused. If it was just a matter of there possibly not being an afterlife, he'd maybe understand. But no, there very clearly was one. Called the Pure Land even. Well, either way, until he figured out how the seals worked on it to recreate the work on his own, Daiki could put the infinite armor to good use. For example, recovering his lost life force from using the hero's water nearly a month ago by having Isobu fill it up with his chakra and then converting it to life force and slurping it up. "I should remind you, I am not a chakra dispenser for all the crazy ideas you come up with," Isobu pointed out dryly. "You didn't say no, though." Daiki reminded him with a chuckle. Isobu did not reply. Well, the infinite armor wasn't the only thing he'd found, had some nifty extra features he didn't know. For example, the pair of shining silver blades idly rotating mid-air beside him. Apparently the Kiba blades could be remotely controlled by the wielder. Combined with inscribing the link seal to his Dimension Force seal, so he could return them to it wherever they were, well, he could think of so many fun ways to play about with them. Daiki really wanted to find out who in the hell made the Kiba blades, because they were fucking overpowered. Samahada just got bumped down to second place on the totem pole. He eyed the blades, massive grin spread across his face for a few moments before, with a thought, returning the airborne blades to his seal. As much as he would just love to play about with them right now, he had shit to do. To Tanzaku Gai to drop off ahead, collect some sweet dosh, and then back to Konoha to face the music. Fucking Madara. Daiki grumbled hours later as he left the public urinal, house to the Tanzaku Gai bounty station behind. Scowling, Daiki kicked a rock and watched it soar off into the distance. That guy's made an enemy for life, he vowed. No, seriously, fuck that guy. Him and Obito actually, he knew the real one had a hand in the initial situation and Obito just continued it on because he was a salty fuck. Yes, vow to angrily end them, but no, not for the fact their schemes have killed tens of thousands and put the very world at risk, but because they lowered the economy of the Mist Village and, in turn, lowered the bounty for the man you killed. Isobu sounded very exasperated. Daiki paused. "Well, when you say it like, you make me sound unreasonable," he replied. "You're very unreasonable, actually. You have too much tunnel vision." Isobu replied simply, Well, excuse him for being disappointed that the head of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Bloody Mist was only worth 5 million Rio. You looted 5 million from that mansion in the village of artisans just last night, after looting weaponry that in total must be worth over 100 million. Isobu deadpanned. It was the principle of the matter. Isobu sighed and did not comment any further. Daiki supposed he won then. It wasn't like he was, what was the word, ungrateful? Truly disappointed. Whatever, it wasn't like he was actually down about getting 5 million Rio on top of getting what he actually wanted from Raiga. But freaking Asuma Sarutobi was worth 35 million. Daiki thought he'd get at least 20 for Raiga, and he could have gotten himself a sweet new pad with loads of dosh left over for sure. Guess I just need to grind up my wallet as well, he mused, shrugging and getting a move on. While he was here in Tanzaku Gai, he may as well go to one of the Leaf outposts and send a messenger hawk back to the village, top it off with a message for the Hokage's eyes only, very urgent, and fill it up with some vague stuff about tails, turtles and such. Prepare him in advance and make sure the man knew he was thinking of the village first, even though he wasn't. He continued on, making his way into the village and traversing through it to the other side where the outpost was. On the way, right in the middle of the entertainment district, a large street known for being Vice Central, with many a casino and bar, a flash of white in Daiki's peripheral caught his eye. If it wasn't for his new eyes, he wouldn't have even noticed with how brief it was. But with the Shinkugan, he could see much clearer and in much more detail, even in the corner of his eye, than he did from his previous full eyes. It was a long mane of white hair. "Hello, ladies." Daiki turned and stared, watching as a tall, broad-shouldered man in green and red with a large and long mane of white hair boldly swaggered his way into a brothel. Impassion. That was the name he read off of the sign atop the 2-story motel look-alike of a building. Well, at least they knew what they were about. To think he'd run into Jiraiya of the Sannin of all people here on his way back to the village. Granted, from what he remembered, the Sandaime recalled him to return during the Chunin exams, so the guy had to have been in the general area. "I can use this." Daiki's lips quirked up into a brief calculating smirk. He knew, of course, when he returned to the village and let things slip, he would be questioned quite a bit and examined. He just wasn't scared of his secrets being pulled from his mind, because anyone that entered his mind was going to meet his big, giant, 3-tailed turtle buddy. But what if he went to Jiraiya, had him examine his seal, confirmed the okay, and then sent the message back to the Hokage? Well, then he'd have a rock-solid alibi now, wouldn't he? And if he spun it right, like being hesitant to return to the village as he was right now, well, wouldn't that just paint him in a shining patriotic light? Honestly, Daiki found himself having to resist the urge to rub his palms together and let out a rather Orochimaru-like kuku-kuku. He didn't, of course, because he just didn't fit that look, and it would make him look cartoonishly evil. He was debonairly evil after all. Please don't apply words to yourself that you clearly don't understand the meaning of. Isobu sighed. Some people just couldn't appreciate his style, it seemed. Plan branching out in his mind, Daiki followed the man into the building. As soon as he entered, the clinging of bottles and drinking glasses, boasting men and cooing women entered his ears. It didn't take him long at all to find his target. Jiraiya was already sitting at a booth, sak on the table, his arms around a pair of particularly voluptuous and scantily clad ladies, both blonde, one long pigtails, the other in a high ponytail. He clearly had a type. Ignoring the going-ons around him, lest he fall to temptation and take a few of these whores to Pound Town when the grind awaited, Daiki made his way over to the booth. "Jiraiya-sama, hello." Daiki greeted him politely. The white-haired man looked up from where he was staring into the valley of a lovely pair of tits and raised an eyebrow at him. "Oh, is this a friend of yours, Jiraiya-kun?" Busty Pigtails cooed, rubbing the man's chest. "He's quite the cutie, and look at those muscles." Ponytail agreed, eyeing his arms. Daiki resisted the urge to flex. The gains from the grind were designed to do so after all. Something like that. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes for a brief second at Daiki before grinning at him. "Bit young to be in here, are you not, kid?" "Not really," Daiki shrugged. Actually, I'd probably be following your lead right about now if I didn't need to talk to you about something important. Kinda busy here, Jiraiya answered with a shrug and side-eyeing both the women beside him, then jerking his head and urging Daiki to leave. The gallant and handsome Jiraiya will gladly give you an autograph later, like say tomorrow if you're still here. Well, it wasn't like Daiki didn't understand the situation here. He'd be pissed too if he was about to plow the ever-loving shit out of two hot-ass women like this, and some punk-ass cockblocker interrupted him. All right, I suppose I can wait, Daiki shrugged back. I just thought you'd be interested in this really huge turtle I found the other day. A turtle? Jiraiya looked at him as if he were crazy, completely confused. Yeah, a super huge turtle, he nodded. Bigger than any living creature I've ever seen before. Heck, I bet there could only be 8 others at most in existence, he added, lifting up 3 fingers. Jiraiya's eyes widened. I see, a huge turtle, huh? Consider me interested. He unwound his arms from around the ladies of the night and stood up. Jiraiya-kun. Pigtails gave him a confused look. Ha. Sorry, ladies, but it seems this young little tadpole needs the guidance of the gallant Jiraiya. The white-haired man laughed boisterously. But don't mind it. I'll make sure to come see you two again later. Make sure to keep yourselves free for me. Bidding the ladies goodbye, the legendary toad Sanin hopped over the booth table in a smooth motion, drawing oohs and ahs from the ladies, and placed an arm around Daiki's shoulder, and then the world blurred around them as they were suddenly moving. Moments later, they appeared on the roof of a building on the opposite side of the street from the whorehouse. I hope this isn't a joke, kid. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, letting go of Daiki. You said you found the Sambi. Man, this guy was absurdly fast. If he wasn't wrong, he was actually faster than Daiki was even in his 3-tailed cloak form. It showed him how far he still had to go. I did, Daiki confirmed. I came across the Sanbi yesterday on my way through the Land of Rivers during a mission to the village of artisans. Jiraiya grimaced. That could be bad. The tall, white-haired man crossed his arms. Tensions are already high with the sand, and the Land of Rivers is right in between the lands of wind and fire, if they catch wind of it being there and move to capture for it. Well, it's not exactly there anymore. Daiki cut his thoughts off. What? Jiraiya stopped cold and blinked. What do you mean it's not there anyway? Bijou aren't exactly subtle. Hell, actually, if you came across it, why are you still standing here? You're a Genin, right? I don't get the feel of a Jonin off of you, at least. Why aren't you dead? Yeah, about that. Daiki pulled down the collar of his shirt and channeled chakra, allowing his 4 symbols seal to appear on his torso. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. See, I kind of came across a bunch of guys having subdued it and wanting to use it to attack the Leaf Village, so I kind of jumped in and sealed it inside myself when they were tired out. You what? Jiraiya gaped at him, fish-mouthed and eyes wide. Jiraiya, for a moment, thought he was having some form of crazy fever dream, that or he was just drunk out of his gourd and hallucinating. Let me get this straight. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose and looked at the muscular kid wearing a weird turtle face thing on his shoulder as if it was stylish or something. During your mission to deliver ore to the village of artisans, you found their little noble wannabe ninja planning to revive their dead leader and strike out at the village, that right? Right. The kid nodded, those ominous crimson eyes of his holding his gaze. Eyes that apparently didn't belong to him until yesterday at that. So you decided to follow them and spy on them, even when they left the village itself, only to find them meeting up with Raiga Kurosaki, formerly of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? He asked next. Yup, the kid nodded, crossing his absurdly muscular arms for his age. What kind of crazy training regiment was this kid going through anyway? He was built like a brick shithouse. Give him a few years and he may end up making the Raikage look puny. With Raiga in tow alongside a partner of his, they traveled to the south of the Land of Rivers, to a massive lake, where the Sanbi was, and drew it out. Then using that armor on your shoulder, they drained most of its chakra and then hypnotized it, with those eyes you have now to keep it docile. Pretty much, the kid nodded, pulling his arms out of their crossed position to point at his eyes. I think they have the ability to cast genjutsu through the eyes, like the Sharingan. But I don't really know any proper genjutsu, so can't tell yet. More genjutsu eyes, lovely stuff that. He'd totally need to look into the possibility of a clan with eyes like that. They could be a real problem in the future if they became enemies. Right, more or less with you so far, Jiraiya replied. And he was, and he could understand it. There were plenty of people that wanted to get their hands on the bijou. He knew of a specific group in particular, after all that was after them. What I don't get is what possessed you to pull some maniac plan out of your arse and literally steal the Sambi out from under them. Like seriously, kid, what the hell is wrong with you? What kind of crazy bastard would willingly seal a bijou inside themselves? Jinchuriki were pretty much universally treated like trash. He winced at that as soon as he thought it. He really needed to check up on Naruto more often. The kid gave a flippant shrug. They wanted to soup up their weapons, revive some guy that fought the Nidaime Hokage, and direct a bijou at the village, he pointed out as if the answer was obvious. By sealing the Sanbi inside myself, I made sure that would never happen. Even if I died in the process, the Sanbi would take time to reform and invalidate their plans completely. Jiraiya sighed as he digested the kid's words. He wasn't wrong. That was the problem, though. For a kid this age to be so willing to throw his life away for the village, it made his guts roil. He was a genin for crying out loud. Situations like what he apparently got caught up in were missions for the likes of himself, or at least Kakashi or something. Not a fresh little rookie, no matter how big his muscles or his skill with seals. Because that definitely couldn't be denied. It was rough around the edges, but that was a pretty damn solid 4-symbol seal the kid had put on himself. Things worked out pretty well in the end, despite what I thought, though. The kid continued on pulling him from his thoughts. The Sanbi was grateful enough to work with me straight away to put them down. And with them exhausted, and with the Sanbi's power amping me up, I killed them all, took their shit, and decided to take these eyes while I was at it. I'm pretty good with the mystical palm jutsu, so I figured best not to let them go to waste, you know? No, not you know, Jiraiya wanted to scream at the boy. Who the hell trivialized ripping out their own eyes and replacing them with another's, talking about it as if it were only worth a passing mention, like the weather or something? This kid gave him some serious Orochimaru vibes, but at least he could admit they were more of the positive kind. Orochimaru would have never confronted a superior force, exhausted or not, and steal their prey right out from under them, knowing he'd most likely die in the process just to protect the village. This is so absurd. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief, sitting his ass down on the ledge of the roof they were on. It was such an utterly crazy, off-the-wall, stupid situation of a story that there was no way the kid could be making it up. Like seriously, making chakra weapons to subdue a bijou, teaming up with a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a guy with an unknown dujutsu he'd never even heard of before. To revive a guy who had been dead for well over 50 years now. Hell, the guy was dead before Jiraiya was even born, for crying out loud, and he was an old fogey himself now. God, the series of events was literally so stupidly retarded that nobody would tell a story like that with a straight face unless it was true. And to make things even more ludicrous, the Sanbi apparently had taken a liking to the kid. He really needed another drink right about now to digest this shit. Team 8 reporting. Mission complete, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen wished Kurenai wouldn't be so formal with him all the time. She was a dutiful young lass, no doubt, but sometime in the future there was a good chance of her becoming his daughter-in-law if the amount of rendezvous she and Asuma had together over the past year since he returned from the Guardian Ninja was anything to go by. Then again, his days would be much more enjoyable if people in general were a lot less formal around him. Sadly, that only applied to boisterous rascals like Naruto-kun. Splendid work, he praised the rookie Genin lightly, idly reading over the report Kurenai handed to him of their delivery mission, favoring the 3 young ninja with a warm smile. Young Shino inclined his head in acceptance of the praise, while Kiba-kun grinned widely, thumping his nose proudly. His eyes landed on the Hyuga heiress and rested on her for a moment. My, how quickly youths could change indeed. Only a few weeks ago would the timid girl have ducked her head down after meeting his eyes shyly, but now she held his gaze and smiled back politely. Daiki-kun's work, he mused, according to Kakashi at least. Apparently, the young Genin whose ethic had caught his eye recently had came across her watching over Naruto. The young girl's infatuation with the boy was well known to him. She was always watching the boy, and he saw her frequently, not far away when he was checking on the boy himself. The boy had wrought quite the change in the Hyuga girl. It was almost like looking at another girl entirely. While not a tall girl by any stretch, she always seemed so much more tiny with the way she shrunk in on herself and hid away in baggy clothing. Now her spine was straight. There was some pride to the girl now. He idly wondered what Daiki said to her to bring about a change quite like this. And that wasn't even going into her physical changes. She'd swapped out her general attire for a new outfit, switching from blue pants to black and replacing her baggy white jacket with a lavender and white zipper. And in just a few weeks, her hair had grown massively, reaching all the way down to her mid-back. Not a natural hair growth, of course, most likely a salon run by a former shinobi or kunoichi with medic nin training. He knew that the mystical palm jutsu could be used to massively increase the speed at which hair grew at. A few sessions in a salon like that would account for her hair growth. Just then, there was a puff of smoke beside his arm on the table he was sitting beside, a small green toad appearing from within it, a scroll strapped to his back. A frog? Young Kiba cried in shock. A toad, actually, Hiruzen corrected gently, reaching over to pluck the scroll from the toad's back, at which point it promptly disappeared. One of my students' summons, to be exact. A message from Jiraiya-sama, Kurenai noted. Indeed. Hiruzen nodded, unfurling the scroll. He wondered why Jiraiya was sending him a message now. It was only the other day they corresponded on the matter of him coming back to the village. Naruto had used the Kyuubi's chakra for the first time during Team 7's mission to Wave, and his student was a much more able user of Fuinjutsu than him, so he wanted him to check the 8-trigram seal and make sure there was no damage to it. One could never be too careful with the Kyuubi after all. Quickly, he began glancing over the scroll, reading the contents. And his mouth open, eyes widening ever so slightly, only to gradually, bit by bit, get progressively wider. The Sanbi, a newly discovered dojutsu, a plot against the village, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Chakra weapons that could rival the weapons of the 7 legendary weapons of the Mist. And in the middle of it all, young Daiki, leaping into action to protect the village from such a possible threat. In the process, becoming a Jinchuriki, no, by all accounts, a perfect Jinchuriki, gaining possession of a new dojutsu and claiming the legendary Kiba blades for his own. On top of killing not only a known A-rank shinobi, but multiple other powerful shinobi as well, at least all of Chunin rank. For a moment, Hiruzen felt the urge to laugh. It was quite the tall tale after all. Except he never found anything remotely hinting at, "Haha, got you good." He circulated his chakra through his system quickly, just to make sure there wasn't some form of genjutsu woven into the scroll that caught him without him noticing it upon unrolling it. But no, it was real. To think the Sanbi was so close by with none the wiser. His thoughts raced. That was a disaster waiting to happen, and to think the village of artisan nobles had teamed up with a missing ninja to capture it. All to revive Seimi. He grimaced. He himself was but a young lad when his sensei killed the man, but he well remembered the arrogance and contemptuous ease in which the man ripped the lives of those weaker than him and tormented those he ruled above. He was a tyrant with delusions of grandeur far above his station, and when he set his sights upon the Leaf Village, he and his followers were put down like dogs by the Nidame Hokage. In of themselves, Raiga Kurosaki and the 4 Celestials, as they were called by Seimi, were no match for the Leaf, even with this dojutsu user with them. Having a Biju unleashed within their midst, though, which they apparently planned to do after using the Biju for all it was worth, was a different matter entirely. Oh, he was sure they'd be able to suppress the Sanbi, there was no doubt, but even with Kakashi and Danzo backing him up, Hiruzen knew it would not be an easy or quick fight, especially if they weren't expecting it. The loss of life in the village would be massive. The only reason the casualties during the time the Kyuubi got loose from Kushina weren't much larger was because he got lucky, that was all, and was able to push it out of the village. That same tactic would not work with the Sanbi, not with its massively armored shell. Far from the strongest of the Bijou, the Sambi was nonetheless the most durable of them all. It was a scenario he definitely did not want taking place in the village, and thankfully, apparently according to the efforts of young Daiki, they wouldn't need to. It was a lot to process so suddenly. Hokage-sama? Kurenai's voice broke him from his thoughts. Hiruzen coughed. Sorry, you're dismissed. I was caught up thinking. He smiled at the Jonin and her team. You know how old minds like mine tend to wander. He joked. She smiled back at him briefly before bowing her head and escorting her team out. Hiruzen wasted no time in excusing himself from the mission desk and making his way back to his office. He ruminated on the last part of the message Jiraiya had sent him. The way he set up the seal is incredibly risky. The Sambi could leave at any point it wants. Honestly, it should have left right after helping him out. It can't be that grateful, right? Honestly, I've never spoke to any of the Bijou. The most I know is from Kushina talking about the Kyuubi. But the kid was happy to explain why and what a doozy it is. The Sambi itself feels safer inside the kid. The kid apparently is willing to work with it, and that makes a big difference for it, especially with what the Sambi itself apparently claims, enough to the point where it's willing to lend the kid its full power if he asks for it. The former Mizukage, he was being controlled by a man with a Sharingan claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Bullshit, of course, the man is long dead. But we've got an AWOL Uchiha out there who isn't Itachi Uchiha, because apparently he actually attacked the former Mizukage as well at some point, and this mystery Uchiha has the ability to control a Kage with his eyes alone. Hiruzen grimaced. Madara Uchiha, someone claiming to be him with the visual prowess to control a Kage, was not someone to be taken lightly. Not at all the real Madara's style. He'd only met the man a few times as a lad himself, but he was aware of what type of person he was. Anyone who met the man was. His wife, dearly departed Biwako, had met him as a child herself, and even just the man smiling at her had terrified her to the bone. Perhaps a direct descendant, he thought to himself. Madara spent much time outside the village before he went rogue and had his climactic battle to the end with Hashirama-sama. The man's disgust for his own clan later was well established as well, so it was unlikely he had any descendants within the village before the Uchiha massacre. How troubling. Hiruzen entered his office, collapsing on his chair and rubbing his forehead. Tensions with the sand were rising every single day, and Onoki was always watching and waiting, sitting on that fence of his and prepared to strike if the opportunity presented itself. And he could never tell what way Kumo would go, but he knew already that they were well prepared should a new war break out. Still, it seemed a silver lining had come from the machinations of this mysterious Uchiha. Daiki-kun has the full might of a Bijou behind him, Hiruzen mused. That was splendid news, especially confirmed by Jiraiya. The situation would still bear watching closely, but Hiruzen's eyes drifted to the bottom of the scroll where Jiraiya described the rough plan to capture the Sanbi and keep it docile. Daiki had both the equipment and the dojutsu now that were used, so if the Sanbi did act up, he should be capable of subduing it on his own quite possibly, especially considering the fact he had apparently gotten good enough already to replicate the seal he'd seen used on the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Such stupendous talent for the art. The old man's eyes drifted to one of the faux pictures hanging on the wall of his office, one depicting a handsome blonde-haired man. Perhaps he'll rival you in a few years, he mused. Daiki had really went beyond the call of duty, and according to Jiraiya, the boy had been prepared to lose his life in the process just to attempt to stop their plans for the Leaf Village. Thankfully, the boy was intelligent and picked his timing well, when his opponents were at their very weakest, putting good use to that ruthless ability he had during combat that Kakashi reported of during his mission towards the Waterfall Village. His will of fire burned brightly indeed. Ah, Genma-kun, if only you had looked just a bit deeper. Hiruzen shook his head. Alas, Genma had wanted a full team of his own, not an apprentice, so no matter how young Daiki impressed him with his talent during his test, it was his teammates that became the weights too heavy for his talent alone to carry. He idly remembered the academy report on the boy. Iruka had personally written his file, noting how the boy was above average in all aspects of being a shinobi. but spread himself too thin, he had been lacking direction as a shinobi, and that if he had focused more on one or two aspects of being a shinobi over them all, he would have most likely been a contender for the strongest in his graduating class. And even then, if kept up the rate of growth he was at anyone in all disciplines, he would most likely be a Jonin in all aspects by his early 20s, which in of itself was very impressive. Or he could work just that much harder, Hiruzen mused. After he had a nasty run-in with Iwa Shinobi on his first C-rank mission and only narrowly avoided losing his life, the boy had thrown himself into his training in a way that would stupefy even Guy, draining his chakra to the barest hints left before chakra exhaustion, physically training until his body was numb and his muscles crying for rest. Every single day, only to then increase that training when he got his hands on the mystical palm jutsu and used it to increase the rate at which his physical conditioning progressed. Looking at the boy objectively, he was by far the most standout of his generation, even beyond the likes of Sasuke Uchiha and Neji Hyuga. He was strong for his age, dutiful to his training, beyond dutiful, pragmatic, no hesitation in dealing with enemy combatants permanently, had the intelligence to do well in most situations, had no fear to face stronger opponents, was bold, decisive, cunning, and cared for his comrades. Hiruzen had been impressed by his training ethic when he looked in on the boy. Kakashi, putting aside the man's amusement in teasing the boy, had nothing but good things to say about him. And even Jiraiya seemed to be praising the boy as well. He would definitely go far in the future, that was for sure. Perhaps he'll take over for me one day? Hiruzen mused with a small chuckle. Give it a few years, the boy may just approach Kakashi's level, perhaps even beyond. And with the full power of a bijou behind him, well, the boy would not lack for the strength needed for the role. And he had the fire to put his own life on the line to protect the village. All that was truly needed was to see how well he led others, and he could gain that experience as a Chunin for sure. Yes, that might not be a bad idea. I'm not getting any younger after all. Hiruzen snorted. It was about time a new candidate for the Godame stepped up to the plate. The only two on the table right now were Kakashi and Jiraiya after all, and Jiraiya would never accept the role. 15. Chapter 15. For some reason, after he checked Daiki's seal out for him, confirmed that it was done well and sent a message back to the village with his summons for him, Jiraiya pretty much was done with him, didn't even invite him back into the whorehouse with him. How rude. You're getting too much enjoyment out of this. Isobu pointed out as he made his way through the gates of the Leaf Village. Tanzaku Gai was only about an hour or so away at top speed for him after all. Come on, he's a legendary ninja. Don't tell me you didn't get a kick out of dropping our story on him and watching him cycle through different variations of shock. Daiki retorted. It truly was the little things that mattered the most in the end. Maybe a little, but you should be careful this does not come back to bite you. You've painted quite the picture of yourself after all. The three-tailed Biju replied. Daiki honestly didn't see how. Sure, his excuse story painted him as a very pragmatic person, willing to put his life on the line for the village should a threat arise to it, and he was in the vicinity no matter how little of a chance he stood. Actually, when put like that, he saw Isobu's point. Well, it's not like they'll ask something absurd of me, like laying my life down anytime soon. I'm a perfect Jinchuriki. I should be about as valuable to the Leaf as Killer Bee is to Kumo. Daiki shrugged. Honestly, the most annoying thing was probably going to be people hanging over his shoulder, or maybe trying to suck up to him to endear him even further to the Leaf. With that thought in mind, he made his way through the village, making his way straight to the Hokage Tower. Daiki-kun, what do you think of being Hokage? The Sandaime asked. What? Rewinding to less than a half an hour before, Daiki made his way into the office, finding the Sandaime Hokage already waiting for him. The old man had divested himself of his hat and had turned his chair around so he could stare out over the village from the window. Ah, Daiki-kun. He glanced back over his shoulder, a small smile on his face directed at him as Daiki closed the door to the older man's office behind his back. Good to see you back. I hear you've had quite the adventure during your last mission. Daiki idly glanced around the office, but he saw nobody else present, and no chakra signatures in the immediate vicinity of the circular office. It was quite a trip for sure. He focused on the Hokage and nodded. Sarutobi chuckled. I'll bet, he replied before spinning slowly around in his chair to face Daiki and directing his warm smile at the boy. Before we get to anything else, I must say this. Thank you, my boy. You have done much for the safety of this village during your mission, and you deserve the highest praise I can give. I mean, you could also promote me to Jonin, Daiki replied, lips quirking up a bit. The Hokage chuckled again. Well, I dare say that isn't far off. In fact, I'd like to at least promote you to Chunin this very moment. You deserve that, he replied. But the Chunin exams are coming up soon, as you no doubt remember. Yeah? Where was he going with this? In pure fighting ability alone, even before your recent changes, you were quite capable of performing the duties of a Chunin, the Sandaime pointed out. Now, though, I suspect even without your new friend's power, you have grown quite massively in fighting ability, and that presents us with an opportunity. In the Chunin exams? Daiki raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it's just an idle thought I had while waiting for you to return. Sarutobi threaded his fingers together lightly and looked him in the eye. You are, of course, officially a Genin right now, as such, eligible for the exams. And what I mean by this is you're strong enough to put on a very good show during exams. I dare say you could dominate the competition, no? Oh, he saw what he was getting at. Maybe there's a few other Genin to look out for, but none I can see that I can't beat. Daiki nodded. The only real problem was Neji, not even Lee. Lee had a crippling weakness to genjutsu and, well, he now had access to a pretty powerful genjutsu through Isobu. But there was still roughly a month left before the Chunin exams, and he could now use much more clones freely and had a bunch of Yagura's techniques ready and waiting for him. With those, plus the Kiba blades, he wouldn't even need Isobu's chakra to beat the Hyuga. I like your confidence, my boy. The Sandaime grinned a bit. Assuming there are no special outliers, I dare say you will win this Chunin exams coming up definitively and make quite the splash. That is, if you accept. Accept? Daiki blinked. Yes, as I said, I'm of mind to promote you to Chunin here and now. Sarutobi nodded. But if you would like to hold off, I will use this Chunin exams to gauge your ability in full as a shinobi myself. And, should you show the ability required, come the end of the Chunin exams, you will skip straight past Chunin and become a Jonin. Daiki blinked. Before his eyes widened, wait, seriously? That sounded awesome. Forget toiling away after becoming a Chunin to get the requirements needed to become a Jonin, or at least qualify to be tested as one. If he did this, he would disregard all that annoyance and focus more on his grind. Or he could become a Chunin right here and now. Honestly, objectively, no matter what one he picked, he was just winning here, wasn't he? I don't have a team for the Chunin exams, he pointed out. He would have to find 2 members. That is not an issue either, the Hokage grinned lightly. I want you to make a splash after all, so if you accept, I will allow you to take part without a team if you so desire, though if you do, I can arrange for some teammates to join you. Wasn't the whole thing about the Leaf being big on teamwork and the like? Though, not that he couldn't see the Hokage's point here either. Everyone else would be in a team, so if one guy easily rushed through what took everyone else 3-man squads to do, it would make Konoha look even better and more competent. And the Hokage could pull some sneaky tactics for the exams here, specifically because the next Chunin exams were being held here in Konoha. It's too good not to accept, Daiki said finally. Let me ask something, though. He added, brows furrowing. Something felt a little off. Ask away, Daiki-kun, the old man replied. There are quite a few requirements to being a Jonin, 2 of the main ones being proficient in at least 2 elements of ninjutsu, and of course being strong enough for the position. Daiki listed before adding, but Jonin are squad commanders as well. They need to be capable leaders. How will I go about proving that if I go solo? Well, the Chunin exams are more for measuring your tactical ability and general fighting ability. You can't move beyond Genin without either, and Chunins themselves lead Genin to gain experience for becoming Jonin and squad commander, the Sandaime mused. But exceptions can be made for those that truly excel in other paths. One of our strongest Jonin, for instance, has no ability in elemental jutsu at all. Oh. He was talking about Guy, And actually, Neji never showed any elemental ninjutsu ability, and he was a Jonin after the time skip as well. Beyond that, it's a chance I wish to reward you with for your efforts, the Hokage mused. Learning to lead can always come later. Though a part of this does pertain to your mission to the Waterfall Village, Kakashi gave quite glowing report on you and your leadership during that debacle, impressing him. Daiki blinked. Leadership? He didn't really lead that time though, not much at least. He directed Sakura for sure and was the main combatant, and Sasuke had deferred to him a few times during combat. But that was it. And he didn't think Kakashi actually thought that high of him. Guess that cunt wasn't as big a prick as he liked to pretend he was. All right, I'll accept, Daiki shrugged. He had nothing stopping him from doing so with what the older man told him. Being a Jonin meant not only could he do higher-paying missions, but he also had a higher status than anyone not of the Jonin rank, and meant less people could order him around. And I'll do it solo. That'll make it seem more impressive. Sarutobi nodded. Good, good. I'll look forward to your participation then, he replied. And then silence. Daiki expected the man to bring up, well, everything, but the man just stared at Daiki, smiling warmly at him. He trailed off for a moment before coughing. Don't you want to, bring up everything else? The Sandame's smile didn't change. He didn't even blink. No, I think I know all I need to, he said simply. Jiraiya-kun was quite thorough in what was planned by our enemies, your part in things and what you gained from your brave actions. You don't want to ask about anything? The bijou, the Kiba blades, none of it? Daiki was utterly lost. Why didn't he want to ask? And it wasn't like he told Jiraiya the full abilities his new eyes had, and the like either. Well, now that you bring it up, there is one thing I'd like to ask you. Sarutobi hummed lightly. What? Daiki blurted out and asked. The man chuckled lightly before staring him straight in the eye. Daiki-kun, what do you think of being Hokage? The Sandaime asked. What? I'm sorry. What? Daiki gaped at the man. I think my ears might be blocked a bit or something, because it sounded like you just asked me if I wanted to be Hokage. Sarutobi chuckled. Not quite. He shook his head. I was just idly thinking to myself, you see, that your potential is not small, and I considered the possibility that you may take over for me sometime in the future. Oh, that was what meant. That made more sense. But still, him, Hokage, he'd never even considered it before. I consider only the possibility, my boy, Sarutobi cut in before his thoughts could rapidly diverge in all different directions. Your potential is not small. With your ethic of training and talent, even without the Sanbi, I could see you reaching the level of Kakashi one day, perhaps beyond. And with the Sanbi itself backing you, you will definitely have the strength needed. Alongside that, your loyalty to the village itself cannot be called into question. You are a true bearer of the will of fire. And you think I'd be a good Hokage? Daiki asked him, disbelieving. Never mind a team, he barely had anyone that qualified as a friend. How the hell would he look after an entire Shinobi village? The potential is there for sure, the Sandaime continued, smiling at him. A few years from now at most, and you will be well qualified for the seat, especially with a little help along the way. Daiki honestly didn't know how to respond to all this, to be honest. Can I get back to you? He said awkwardly. Sarutobi chuckled. There's no rush right now, he replied gently. Take your time to think it over. I bring this up only because we have a severe lack of candidates now, but think you could step up to the plate in the near future if you so desire. Right. Daiki nodded in daze. The old man thankfully dismissed him from there, dropping no other bombs on him, and let him leave. What was that about not asking anything absurd of you? Isobu asked with a snort as soon as he left the office behind. He couldn't even bring up the desire to snipe back at the turtle Bijou. He needed to throw himself into the grind and clear his mind. He was back. Even from outside the training ground, Hinata could hear the loud sounds of training, masculine shouts, and the ground trembling slightly beneath her feet. Hinata had come around yesterday after she was done with her mission with her team, but Daiki was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he had been on a mission. Her feet had only idly carried her here after morning training with her team. She hadn't felt like going back home to her clan compound to rest yet. Reaching behind her, Hinata nervously smoothed down her now much longer hair. She wondered, how would he react? She hadn't had the time to show him yet because of how busy she'd been with missions and training. The last she'd seen her former classmate had been over a week ago. Will he like it? She found herself wondering. The last few weeks, she'd taken his words to heart and followed his advice and felt bolder than she ever had before. Kiba and Shino had been very taken aback with her change at first. Crude and crass as his words had been, very unlike the Hyuga clan as a whole, that was nonetheless what made them stick with her. Daiki was bold and upfront. He had felt no need to mince words with her. He was utterly genuine. Shaking her head, Hinata swallowed the nervousness building up inside her and forced herself to boldly make her way into the training ground. As she did, she was just in time to see Daiki shooting forward, spinning and lashing out with a knee strike that shattered straight through a large rock wall about 20 feet high and half a foot thick. Still needs work, he muttered to himself before turning and looking at her, and it was then she noted a few changes that he had gone through since she last saw him. He was wearing something akin to an armored pauldron on one of his shoulders, but shaped like some odd face. Was it some form of animal? But what stood out more was that his eyes, a light brown, were now a bright crimson red. He blinked, looking at her oddly, before grinning, newly crimson eyes, looking her up and down. "Look who finally took my advice," he noted. "No idea how you grew your hair out so quickly, but you are looking real good now, Hinata, definitely working that 9 out of 10. He voiced appreciatively. It took considerable effort on her part to stop her cheeks from burning red and ducking away from his gaze. "Thank you," Hinata replied, before giving a small cough. Daiki-kun, can I ask what happened to your eyes?" "Oh, these." He jerked a thumb up to point at his eyes. "Nothing much. Got into a fight with some missing ninja the other day. One of them had these, a pretty sweet dojutsu, so when I killed them, I took the eyes myself and implanted them using my mystical palm jutsu." Hinata stared. She wasn't sure how she should process that. It was very morbid and horrifying to a degree that he would just replace his eyes with a dead man's. But at the same time, she had to admire the sheer pragmatism and decisiveness that would be needed for such an action. It did hit a little close to home, though, what with the reason why the branch family of the Hyuga had to be given the caged bird seal. She decided to put it out of mind. "Are you busy, Daiki-kun?" she asked, moving on. "I was hoping to do some training with you." "I'm fine with it. You're the perfect person to test these new eyes of mine out with anyway." Daiki grinned and readily accepted, "Though don't go thinking that just because you're a total solid 9 now, that I'll go easy on you." She didn't expect him to, she knew well enough. That was not what he was about, but still his words did make her chest warm with pride and a smile quirk up over her lips. "What if I was a 10? Hinata challenged, activating her Byakugan, feeling her heart flutter as she did, and unzipping her new lavender and white jacket, exposing her torso underneath and wrapped it around her waist. Daiki had paid very special attention to her backside and her chest since he started helping her, and so had she. She'd changed up her mesh armor for a slightly more sheer and breathable version, which would have left her breasts very much bare and easy to see through the mesh links. If not for the small black half corset she'd added as well, it hid her large breasts, yet at the same time pushed up her cleavage quite abundantly. Daiki just stared at her for a moment, before grinning, eyes feasting on her cleavage and giving her a wolf whistle. "Well, now you're just making me jealous of Naruto," he shamelessly admitted. Her smile spread so wide across her cheeks it almost hurt. In spite of the happiness his words inspired in Hinata, she decided to move first, knowing that she was the one at the disadvantage. Hinata dashed forward towards the boy, thrusting a palm out towards his lower left stomach with her right hand. She expected him to block with his outer forearm, catching her in the junction to leave her wide open for a counter, and planned for it. But the taller boy stepped back a single step, easily avoiding her, but didn't counter himself. That was fine. She followed through, swinging her left palm out, aiming for his right shoulder. But his arm shot out, catching her wrist and stopping her in its tracks before she even fully committed. "What?" Hinata's eyes widened. Thinking quickly, she lashed out with a sweep at his legs. He jumped as expected, but did not let go of her arm, as she wanted in the process. With her free hand, while he was in the air, she quickly took advantage to lash out at his stomach. Or that was what she attempted at least. Just as her muscles tensed, his knee shot out and caught her in the cheek, letting go of her hand at the same time. Pain flared in her cheek, and the force of the blow sent Hinata blasting backwards. She grinded her feet across the ground, bleeding off the momentum, and rubbed her cheek. Daiki didn't pursue her. Instead, as he landed, he was grinning at her, wiggling his eyebrows as if to tell her, "Come at me." Something was off about how he countered her there. Daiki was fast for sure, but that wasn't just speed. Ignoring the pain in her cheek, Hinata spread one leg back behind her before pushing off of it and launching back towards Daiki. This time, she went for a full-out offense. She wasn't even close to mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but individual tenketsu were well within her ability to close one by one. Chakra surging from 2 fingertips atop each hand, Hinata launched into a flurry of blows, aiming for his lower body. With his more muscular build, it was the hardest place for him to defend. Yet, with each strike, speeding, blurring strikes, she could barely keep track of herself. She came up short. Daiki backpedaled, dodged and deflected each and every strike. The most she managed was a few glancing blows that never even came close to his tenketsu. Hinata didn't know what to think, but she wasn't about to give up. She just had to. Daiki caught her wrist on her next strike. Apparently he was done just avoiding her blows. She tried to break his grip and jump back, but he was much too strong for that, and instead, with a jerk of his own wrist, pulled her bodily through the air towards him, a rising knee aiming for her stomach. 2 options flared instantly in her mind: defend or attack. She attacked. She thrust out with her other hand, meeting the knee, 2 fingers hitting the tenketsu in his knee. She heard bone crunch. Agony flared through her fingers as the knee continued on, breaking her fingers on impact, before gagging as it slammed into her stomach. Hinata was launched backwards through the air and slammed into a large tree. The blow winded her twice over, making it hard to breathe, and the tree snapped from how hard she slammed into it and tumbled to the ground. For a second, she lay there against the snapped tree trunk, slumped over it in a daze, trying to regain her ability to breathe. She shook herself from it quickly, ignoring the pain in her fingers and stomach. Hinata jabbed the pressure points over her airways, opening them up and allowing her to suck in more breath. She gasped in great big lungfuls of air and looked blearily at Daiki. He was rubbing at his knee, where she cut off the flow of his chakra, and eyeing it with interest. The way he was staring at his knee, though, it was almost as if, "So that's how the gentle fist works, I see." Daiki's eyes widened in some apparent realization, and her eyes widened as a rushing salmon-colored chakra seemed to rush from a point in his chest, spreading through his body briefly before disappearing entirely, almost as if it was never there. And suddenly, his chakra was flowing through the tenketsu on his knee once again. What? What was going on? Hinata had never heard of anything like that before. And the only way she knew for a tenketsu to be unlocked was if another practitioner of the gentle fist undone the block, or wait for the block to fade away naturally. Can you see the tenketsu? Hinata couldn't help but gasp out, even as she tried to get her breathing back under control. Pretty much, yeah. Daiki directed his grin at her. These eyes can do a lot of things. Some of that includes everything those pretty little eyes of yours can. Well, except that 360-degree vision. His eyes, they were like the Byakugan. These eyes can do a lot of things. Some of that includes... Hinata's eyes widened, a light bulb of realization occurring for her as well. You were predicting my attacks as well. She'd sparred with Daiki a few times. She knew he was incredibly fast and incredibly strong, but it was different today. If it was someone who wasn't used to fighting him, they would probably miss it entirely, but not her. That too, a bit like the Sharingan actually, the only thing these eyes don't do in that aspect is slow down my perception and let me auto-copy shit, he revealed with a shrug before a massive smirk spread across his face. Honestly, I've never heard of a dojutsu like this before, so I was thinking, Maybe these eyes are a result of an Uchiha and one of your clanmates getting it on. That, Hinata trailed off. She wasn't sure if that would have those kind of results. But then she'd seen the family records and never seen an Uchiha that married into the family before, so she couldn't actually say anything on that part. She shook her head and pushed herself up off of the tree. Her stomach protested the action, but she ignored it. None of this actually mattered right now while they were sparring. Taking advantage of his distraction, Hinata kicked off the tree and lunged at Daiki as far as she could, a palm strike aimed at his shoulder. As she expected, he easily avoided the blow and let her shoot right past him. Pushing chakra out of her feet, she stuck herself to the ground before pushing off, spinning around entirely and lashing out with a spinning kick, while she quickly reached for her equipment pouch with her other hand, ignoring the pain from her broken fingers and snatching a smoke bomb out. Daiki caught her kick in his palm, gripping tightly around her ankle, and a split second later, Hinata was bodily picked up, and her vision blurred as Daiki spun around with her in his grip. It was astounding how strong he was, that he could so easily just grab her and toss her around with one hand as if she weighed little more than a feather. It was a good thing she expected this. She flicked her hand, smashing the smoke bomb beneath them, a thick cloud of smoke bursting up around them, and then she was airborne as Daiki let go, tossing her. Then she once again ignored the pain in her fingers to quickly make the hand seals for the replacement jutsu, a log taking her place, soaring through the air, and she shifted her gaze before bursting back towards the smoke cloud with Daiki inside. This should cut off his prediction ability a bit, I hope, she thought. Few people knew that the Byakugan could be selective in what it saw through. It could be used to see through practically anything, but could be used to not see through everything at the same time. If they couldn't do that after all, when used, the sensory output they had would be very confusing. They wouldn't be able to even see themselves standing on solid ground. So if his new eyes were like the Byakugan, he would have to actively shift his vision type to see her. He would actively have to either see through the smoke itself or see her chakra to catch sight of her. It was a small, tiny weakness, but a weakness nonetheless. An hour later, Hinata found herself slumped down, leaning forward. She was soaked right through with sweat, and her body felt like one massive bruise. She was utterly exhausted and could barely move a muscle. "You done much better today," Daiki praised her, stretching out his arms in front of her. Despite his praise and his clothing being ruffled a bit and ripped in some parts, he looked completely fine and not exhausted at all. And that's saying a lot considering how much stronger I've got since we last sparred and my new upgrades. She managed a faint smile at his praise. "It's thanks to you," Hinata admitted. "I wouldn't have improved this much if you didn't help me out before." She was ever so grateful he had taken the time to do so. She was almost astounded at her own progress. She actually managed to land a few hits on him, even with his new eyes. And since then, she'd won much more spars against Kiba and Shino, and her losses to them were getting more rare as the days went on. "You've not improved that much," Daiki shook his head, refuting her words. "You've always been this skilled, more or less." "No, I've not," Hinata refuted back, frowning lightly. "That didn't make sense. I wouldn't be doing this much better if I was—" "It's not that," Daiki cut her off and sat down beside her. "You are getting better, no doubt about it, babe, but you've never been weak like you think you were. You're just applying what you've got better now that you have the confidence to do so." "What do you mean?" Hinata's brows furrowed. That didn't seem like it would make that big a difference. Daiki shrugged. "Honestly, it's like no amount of training will make you strong. If you don't believe you can be strong, you need to believe you can actually do it. You just set yourself up for failure by letting your own doubts weigh you down," he explained before waving his hand at her. "It's like your new look." "My look?" Hinata tilted her head. She was beginning to get a general gist of what he meant there before he suddenly changed topics. "Yeah, like, despite how hot you were hiding away and shy about yourself, didn't believe in your own looks," he continued. Then his eyes raked over her body, and she found herself almost instinctively pressing her chest out. "See, like that. Now that you know how absurdly attractive you are and how dynamite your body is, you're not shying away and stepping right in. It's the same in a fight. If you don't believe in your ability to win, You shy away, flinch more, give up without giving your all. Because you're not doing that anymore, you feel like you've grown massively when really you've been strong all along. So it was like that? It was the exact same. She hadn't gotten more beautiful, she was just not hiding anymore because she didn't feel the need to now that she knew. So in the end, it really did all just come down to believing in herself and her worth. She felt suddenly as if a weight was lifting from her shoulders that she hadn't realized had been there. Despite her progress, she'd regretted it, how much time she'd wasted being weak. But as it turned out, she'd never wasted her time at all. Her efforts actually meant something in the end. Anyway, enough about that, Daiki said, before suddenly grasping her by the shoulders and bodily turning her around. A yelp of surprise leaving her throat from the bold move. Let me fix you up a bit, especially those fingers. The boy reached out and gently grasped her hand before lifting it up and making a single hand seal. Green chakra flaring to life around his hands and being directed into her hand, focused around her fingers. It was warm, and the pain began to numb away almost instantly. It was funny in a way that someone like Daiki, who was so headstrong and bold, knew something as delicate as medical ninjutsu. She then noticed where his eyes were directed, and a small smile spread across her lips in amusement, her cheeks warming ever so slightly. You need to turn me around like this? Hinata asked. She was curious if he would try to hide it. Nope, he shrugged, not looking away from her chest. I just wanted to have a look at your cleavage. None of the other girls in our class come close to having tits like these. Might not be for me in the end, but I can admire my own handiwork, right? As always, he was so very upfront. I don't mind, Hinata admitted, and she didn't at all. She actually quite liked his attention. Shallow it might have been, but Daiki was a strong, handsome boy himself.